sus.
More hurricane. Huh.
Free for now. Mom's away from.
Oh.
Lanaga. Kuafika, pardon.
No.
Mom's away.
Ah, Lorenzo.
Ah. Ah.
Right.
Now see, huh? Be still.
Sababa.
Oh, Gary. Now see, huh?
Susu. Punu. Stuna. Yes. Soy brief.
The door.
Uchi Peachy's a fix.
Yotruya Rolshba. Befete Pelka.
So. Yeah,
Spork Bishosh.
So. Oh, Chad, don't.
Oh, con.
Bumcaro? Bumcaro? Yeah! Oh. Huh? Lampima? Huh? Want a fish? Huh? Want a fish? Oh, that's...
Let me.
Lena Fabino. Chita. Ah.
Lisa.
Smurfs.
Lu ya
So.
Luna? Huh?
Ooh.
Good crap.
Polino.
Ah. Be still. Ah. Isa. Oh, and ill. Ah. Be still. Come on, point back. Oh, cricky. Luna? Huh? Good crap. Ooh.
Welcome to r/entitled parents, where an entitled mother demands someone else's baby. Our next Reddit post is from Instagram Normies. Okay, back in elementary school, we had story competitions. Whoever wrote the best story won like a $100 Indigo gift card. Anyway, so there was this kid, let's call him Marcus, who always won every single competition ever. And he was a rich kid coming to school in a BMW while the rest of us took the subway. So in 5th grade, we had one of those story competitions, and the subject was hope, so Marcus wrote a speech about hope, not a story. He still got second because the speech slapped, but it was just that, a speech. And since he got second, he started crying and screaming while throwing a fit. And his mother threatened to sue the school. She didn't. Then she started to scream at the kid who won first because she didn't deserve it and was a little bee, and tried to grab the gift card and medal out of her hand. The school called the police and she was arrested. I'm not sure if she was charged though. Down in the comments, Wafer 2016 had the exact same thought that I had. How much you want to bet that Mommy Dearest was writing his competitions and her ego took a hit when she was beat out by a little girl? Our next Reddit post is from Keith the Ghost. So this happened when I was a teenager, but I still think about it, and when I found this subreddit, I just had to post. So when I was 17, I got pregnant, and the father didn't want anything to do with it, which was fine as we weren't even dating. I intended on putting the baby up for adoption because I wasn't ready for a child, and I'm sure there's lovely people out there that could love and care and provide for my baby. However, my aunt, who already has 6 children, 5 boys and 1 girl, for some crazy reason automatically believed that the child would be hers once I gave birth. She was also a terrible mother, so there's no way my child was going to her. I asked my parents if they told her this or anything, and they had no idea. All they told her was that I was pregnant and was going to give the baby up. I found all this out when I went to her place for my cousin's birthday. She made a comment about how she was going to have to make some room for the baby, and I asked, "Wait, wow, are you pregnant again?" She laughed and then told me, "No, when you give me your baby, silly." At this point, I literally thought she'd lost her marbles. I told her, no, I was giving my baby up for adoption. She just laughed once again and said, "Sure, that's what you're saying now." I continued to clearly tell her, "No, you're not having my child. Like, this isn't some kind of, can I borrow your Barbie doll? This is literally a human." She just continued telling me I'll change my mind once I meet my baby. I gave up in the end because she just wouldn't accept the fact that I wouldn't give her my baby. When I went into labor, my mom told my grandpa, who told my aunt, and she turned up at the hospital waiting for me to give her my baby. I was pissed and told her to leave. She finally left, and it was the weirdest experience of my life. I'm close to my cousins, and so I have seen her since, but I haven't really properly spoken to her since. Our next Reddit post is from Thor's Hammer. So, my father has always doted on my mother. He worked hard so she wouldn't have to and could stay home to raise the kids. Except my mother was a firm believer in what she called personal responsibility. In her words, "I didn't wear those clothes, so why should I have to wash them?" That was something she said to me when I was 9. By the time I was 12, I was doing the dishes, washing my own clothes, taking care of the dogs, emptying and cleaning the cat box, preparing my own meals, and a plethora of other chores on the family farm. All of us kids were in the same boat. My dad was always gone, working hard to make sure we had a good life, while my mother was always watching Maury Povich, Law and Order, various court shows, and taking naps while us kids did all the chores and basically raised ourselves. She ultimately became incredibly spoiled and, quite frankly, completely out of touch with reality. As it does, time moved forward, and all of us kids moved away, got married, and had kids of our own. I specifically moved to Europe over 3,500 miles away. The family farm suffered a bad fire and was passed into other hands, and my folks moved into town. My dad was still working hard while my mother still stayed home so she could watch Maury, Judge Judy, and other trash TV. Ever the same and unchanging. That is, until about a month ago. my dad started to feel a lot of pain in his back. So bad he couldn't walk or really move. The doctor started a whole battery of tests, and after a month, they discovered that he has leukemia that had spread to his spine, resulting in stage 4 bone cancer. The doctors believe that it's a non-aggressive form of the disease. However, it's too advanced to ever be cured, so they're trying to force it into remission through chemotherapy and immunotherapy. I called to see how they were doing, and my mother basically took over the call. This was her reaction to my father finding out that he has a disease that will ultimately kill him one day, likely sooner than later. She was worried about how this would affect their finances and, as such, her trips to the casino. Not how they're going to pay the medical bills or maybe even the mortgage. She was worried about the casino. He was in an appointment for part of his cancer treatment, and she was annoyed because she had no idea if he was rescheduling his chemo for October so she could go on her cruise. Like he was supposed to be doing. She bought a new living room set a few months ago. My dad, in his immense amount of pain, finds it to be extraordinarily uncomfortable. He finds himself in even more pain every time he sits down on the new couch. However, his old recliner he finds very comfortable. So, naturally, my mother moved it out into the garage and tells him that if he wants to be comfortable and sit in his chair, he can go out and sit in the garage. And no, the garage is not set up for comfortable human use. It's used for tools, storage, and her car that he paid for because she hasn't worked in decades. So my dad isn't allowed to bring his chair, the only one he finds comfortable, into the house he's paying for, so that he can be comfortable because my mother doesn't find the chair aesthetically pleasing. Instead, according to my mother, he can go out into the garage and sit surrounded by junk with nothing to do but chain smoke because she doesn't want that ratty old chair in her house. And speaking of smoking, the man is dying of cancer and is trying to quit smoking because of it, so what does my mother do? Well, I bought him light cigarettes this time. Okay, great, Mom. Now he can go out into the garage and chain smoke the light cigarettes because there's nothing else to do out there. And when I suggested that she at least clean up the garage and set him up in a place that would allow him to watch his football and be comfortable, her only response was, "Why would I do that?" And then proceed to complain about how much cleaning she has to do now that he's on chemo and is therefore immunocompromised. At first, I thought she was just in denial, but when she said, "He better be asking those doctors to move his chemo for October so I can go on my cruise like he's supposed to be doing," I realized that she's just an entitled monster who refuses to do things to make her dying husband more comfortable because they would be mild inconveniences for her. Every once in a while, you'll see a story in the news about a couple who's been married for like 20 years and then just randomly, one of them kills the other one. And after reading stories like this, I can kinda understand how that happens. Our next Reddit post is from Stargazer. This story happened earlier this week. To preface this, ever since the COVID lockdown, my church has been meeting online via live stream. This has extended to small groups, which are now done through Zoom meetings. This particular week was much like the others in terms of small groups, Bible talk, cracking jokes, and discussing pop culture. However, joining us this week was my friend's aunt from out of town, the entitled mother of the story, who, from what I heard, had a tendency to have a holier-than-thou demeanor. At one point of the chat, we got to the topic of hobbies. I took the moment to discuss my hobby of gaming, which was my big mistake. I talked about my gaming collection of different gaming consoles and games that I've collected over the years, which my friends found to be fascinating. So after about 40 minutes of talking in the small group, I get a phone call from my friend's phone number. I picked it up, only to be greeted by his aunt. "Hello, OP?" Entitled mother, what a surprise. "Well, I'm calling you from your friend's phone because I wanted to talk to you about something." Okay, what do you want to talk about? "During small group, you mentioned that you had a collection of video games and video game systems." "Yeah, what about them?" "Well, you see, it's just that strong Christian men like you shouldn't be wasting time playing video games. You should be dedicating your time towards getting married, starting a family, and teaching them the ways of God and the Bible." Wait, what? Remember, the Bible tells men to put away childish things, and video games are definitely under that category. So, what are you suggesting I do with my collection then? You should donate it to a child in need. Better yet, my son loves video games and his birthday is coming up, so you should give it to him. I'm sure he'd be grateful. I'm not sure I would feel comfortable doing that. I'll tell you what, I'm in town till Wednesday. I'll call you back tomorrow. This gives you plenty of time to pray about it. Hopefully, God convinces you to man up and put away childish things. Good night now. And she hangs up on me. I sat there for a good 15 minutes with anger stewing in my mind over the audacity of this entitled mother. I wanted to call her back and curse her out until a light bulb went off in my head. At that moment, an evil Grinch grin had crept across my face. My mind had just formulated a perfect response to entitled mother's request. The next day, I spent the day waiting for my friend's aunt to call me. In the evening, the moment came. I saw my friend's number ringing my phone, and the evil Grinch grin came back to my face. Why, hello, entitled mother. How are you today? I'm doing well. Have you thought about our conversation from yesterday? Why, yes, I have. What did you decide? In my best jolly, holier-than-thou Joel Austin voice, I said, well, I prayed long and hard about what you said, and I spent some time reading the Bible. And? Well, growing boys are very pivotal to the future of the kingdom of God, and building a relationship with Jesus is very important to their upbringing. In all honesty, video games are just going to be a distraction to him, and time spent playing them is better dedicated to learning about the Bible. But that's... Remember, entitled mother, the book of Proverbs tells us to start children off on the way they should go, and Ephesians tells us to bring them up in the discipline and instruction of the Lord. So, unfortunately, I'll have to pass on gifting your son my gaming collection. However, I will gladly send a children's study Bible and a DVD collection of Veggie Tales to my friend, and he can send them to you. But OP, wait, it's not gonna be an issue. I'm sorry, entitled mother, but I have an important dinner arrangement to go to. Goodbye now, and I hang up. I turned off my phone after that to make sure that entitled mother couldn't call me back. Later on that night, my friend sent me a message on Facebook apologizing for his aunt's behavior. Apparently, she took his phone behind his back to make both calls, and my friend got really upset when he found out about what entitled mother was asking of me. But at the end of the day, I still have my collection of my hobby. Mario Kart, anyone? Our next Reddit post is from Bellamy. So basically, I'm a 20-year-old percussionist and I'm getting myself into digital music. I'm just a newbie, but I wanted to try it out. I had the option of buying myself a rather high-end gaming PC since I've worked a bit and I had some money to spare. I'm also a bit of a gamer, so I decided to mix digital music and gaming and build a machine that could help me with both. Now, here's where the entitled parent comes in. I live in a condo where my neighbors are a family of 3 with a 10 or 11-year-old child. I don't remember exactly. I've talked with them quite a lot, and I helped their son choose his first personal computer 2 years ago. But since the new Warzone came out, his PC wasn't enough now, and he needed a new one. His mother knew that I was building a computer and decided to knock on my door this morning. Here's the conversation. Hey, I was just looking for you. You're building a new computer, are you? Yeah, why? Oh, my kid says that his computer isn't enough anymore, and I was wondering if you could help him out. Great, I can suggest some parts and help him build one. Just tell me what's the budget. Oh, here's the problem. There's no budget. I can spend as much as I want on his configuration? No, I was thinking that you should just give him the one you have now. You're too old for games anyway, aren't you? I was still building the computer at this time, and I couldn't believe what words had just left her mouth. Why should I? I'm building this PC for myself with my money. I won't give your kid anything. But why? You're in university now. You don't have time to play games. You don't know how much free time I have, and that's none of your business. Oh, come on. You're an adult now. Adults don't play video games. Adults do play video games, and again, what I do with my free time is none of your business. You know you're never going to get a girlfriend like this. Girls don't go after men who play video games. Are you for real? Of course. Just give it to my kid. He's still a kid and he needs it. Goodbye. At this point, I was so angry that I wanted to punch this lady in the face, but I just slammed my front door shut and walked back to building my PC. Basically, this woman just wanted me to give my €1,500 PC to her kid because I'm an adult and I need a girlfriend. I mean, I am single right now, but I firmly believe that gaming is not the cause of that. Hey OP, I'm an adult who plays video games, and that's actually how I got started with my professional YouTube career, so don't listen to the haters. That was r/entitled. Welcome to r/I don't work here lady, where OP gets a Karen arrested. My friend's parents were throwing a party for high-end clients. They themselves have a huge fancy house right on the water, floor-to-ceiling windows, indoor and outdoor swimming pools, 2 bars, one in the den and one by the outdoor swimming pool, heated toilet seats, hot tubs in the bedroom, whole shebang. My friend had invited a few friends to attend as well. However, we decided to stay away from the main event, which was by the outdoor pool bar, and just hang out by the bar in the den. There are maybe about 8 of us hanging out down there and maybe 60 people hanging out back. They hired 2 bartenders to serve drinks from the pool bar and had a live band. We occasionally wandered up there to get a drink and would just duck behind the bar to grab drinks, but decided we could just drink from what was available in the den bar since it was loud and crowded up there. So to set the scene, it was us, several early to mid 20-somethings hanging out drinking around this bar, not really dressed up like the other guests. I'm behind the bar making myself a drink. A lady in a red dress, mid-40s, aka Miss Wow, walks in from outside and comes up to the bar. Hey, can you make me a Cosmo? Okay, sure. I pause, realize I don't know what goes in a Cosmo. What goes in that again? She looks at me like I'm stupid. Wow, shouldn't you know how to make that? Me, not following and kind of offended by how she's talking to me. I know I've made them before, but they're not my drink of choice and it's been a while. Actually, I'm not even sure if they have all the ingredients down here. But you should know how to make a Cosmo. Isn't that pretty basic? Wow, how did you even get this gig? I was getting a bit pissy, but finally catch on, so I'm a bit testy in my response. I don't work here. I'm a guest like you. I was just trying to help you to be nice. She has the good sense to apologize and finally seemed to register that we were just a bunch of young people hanging out. She beat a hasty retreat without a drink. It was night and day how she went from condescending to apologetic. Like I was suddenly worth normal social niceties. That's why I don't trust anyone who's mean to the help. Man, what a messed up mentality. Does she think that guests deserve politeness, but servers don't? This lady seems kinda classist. Our next Reddit post is from Stitch Thoughts. Now, I'm pretty much a fixture in my local grocery store. Almost every day I'm in there because I like to cook, but I don't always remember to get all the ingredients and have to go back. I'm in the grocery store so much, I know most of the staff by name. A couple of my neighbors even work there. But anyway, I was walking around the aisles picking up beef broth, vegetables, and whatnot when I saw a lady wandering the aisles aimlessly. So I thought I would be considerate and ask her if I could help her. The elderly lady was looking for baking goods. I know the store like the back of my hand and know where it is. As we walked to the baking aisle, we struck up a conversation. The sweet elderly lady asked me if I would help her with her shopping because she had never been in the store before. I said sure, why not? I wasn't in a big hurry. I mean, I live in the apartments right behind the store. I mean, actually behind the store. I can stand on my patio, take off a shoe, and actually hit the back of it. We wound up doing all of her shopping together. She began to tell me about her kids and grandkids, and she was soon to be a great-grandmother. She's a very pleasant woman. I actually learned a few things she told me that she had seen in her lifetime. We walked the aisles, taking the items on her list and throwing them in the shopping cart, and she would check the items off. Finally, about half an hour later, we proceeded to check out. I told her I'd be right back because I almost forgot what I'd gone there for. As I returned to the register, the elderly lady was telling the manager what a nice employee I was and didn't want me to get in trouble for taking up my time. Dean, the manager, smiled and told her that I don't work there. The elderly lady looked at me puzzled and apologized to me for taking up so much of my personal time. I told her that I was in no rush and that I live in the apartments nearby. It turns out she just moved several apartments away across the apartment complex. We walked home to our apartments. She smiled and asked me why I helped her if I didn't work there. I told her that my parents raised me to help others without reward. I gave her the groceries. I told her if she needed help or wanted to go shopping, let me know. The elderly woman said she did her shopping every Monday and if I wouldn't mind going and accompanying her. I told her it was very kind of her to try and keep me from getting fired even though I don't work there. So now I have a shopping buddy and someone to talk with and share coupons. I know this doesn't have a screaming entitled Karen or Brat, but I just wanted to share this I don't work here story, so thanks for reading. Have a great day. No need to apologize, OP. Sometimes it's nice to read a story like this to just remember that not everyone out there is a walking butthole. Our next Reddit post is from Whisperless Void. One day after work, I stopped by the local pet superstore where all the pets go in order to get some more litter for my 2 cats. This particular location has a station where you can refill your own jugs with a store brand litter at a discount if you buy one of their containers first. I have Maine Coon mixes, so I buy in bulk when I can and had 3 empty jugs in my cart and a 4th in my hand that I was refilling with litter. It's at this point that I hear a woman clear her throat. It was cold season, so a lot of people were doing that, and became vaguely aware of an older woman getting closer to me. I just moved closer to the bin so she could pass behind me if she needed to, finish up with the first jug and move on to the second. This was apparently the wrong thing to do, as the woman huffs at me. Huh, where are the poop scoops? I stop what I'm doing and glance around, thinking that maybe she'd spoken to an employee that was stocking shelves or something. But no, she's scowling right at me. It was early in the afternoon in the middle of the week, so there weren't many employees in the store yet. Whatever, no big deal. I have a vague idea of where things are since they remodeled the store. I take a second to glance down the aisle I'm standing next to, and I'm relieved to see litter boxes. I reflexively give her a customer service smile and gesture down the aisle. They're at the end of this aisle against the wall. Karen doesn't bother to thank me as she moves closer to the aisle and looks down it before huffing again. Humph, those ones are too small. I need a big one. I realize at this point she means the dog shovel scoop things. I shrug and move on to my 3rd litter container. Well, I only have cats, so I don't know where the dog stuff is now that they remodeled the store. You should probably ask an employee. But you're an employee. I see you here all the time. I should probably point out that I work in an office and was dressed in black trousers, heels, and a green patterned blouse with a small purse hanging off the shoulder facing Karen. The employees here wear sneakers, jeans, and either a red or blue t-shirt with the company name and logo in big white letters on the front and back of the t-shirt. I have 2 large cats, so they go through litter pretty fast, so I'm here on an almost weekly basis, but I don't work here. That's a lie. You gave my dog a bath and I've seen you on the registers. It's at this point I'm a little shocked. I'd worked in the grooming salon of this particular store for a couple of months, but that was well over a year ago. I'm sorry, I should clarify. I haven't worked for company name in over a year. They've remodeled the store since I was an employee, so I really don't know where they moved the dog shovels to. I believe they were at the front of the store when I worked here, but that area is now where they have the dog food. I finally see an employee approaching, probably drawn to Karen's steadily rising voice, and point him out to Karen, who promptly stomps over to him to complain. I had finished refilling my jugs, so I pushed my cart towards the registers, only catching part of Karen's complaints about my poor customer service before I tuned the rest of it out. Funny thing is, I would have helped her find where it had been moved to if she hadn't started talking to me like I was beneath her. Just because you're old, it doesn't give you the right to toss basic manners to the dogs. Our next Reddit post is from Mind Your Manners. So this was like 2 years ago. I was at the grocery in the water aisle picking a bottle of soda for a party later when I noticed an older man struggling with a gallon of water. I offered to help and put the water jug in his cart. I asked if he needed help lifting it when he got back to his car, but he declined and said his son and his wife were in another aisle. He thanked me and left, so I went back to the soda deciding which one to get. Once my back is turned, I hear it. Those dreaded words you never want to hear when you just want to pick up one thing and leave. Excuse me? I turn around and see her. Typical Karen. Fake tan skin, obnoxiously large sunglasses, wearing a neon pink 2 sizes too small t-shirt, jean short shorts, and flip-flops. Yes? Now that you're finally done with that old man, you can pick up this water, pointing to the 36 bottle package of water, and carry it to the front with me. Her cart was packed full of different foods. The bottom of it also had stuff on it. I'm sorry, but I don't work here, but I can get an employee to help. I was wearing a plain t-shirt and shorts, nothing that indicated I worked there. She looks me over. I don't care if it's your day off or whatever. You will lift that water and you will come with me to the front. No, I won't. If that's the attitude you're going to have when asking for help, you can do it yourself. I turn around, grab a Mountain Dew, and walked away. You butthole! She screamed at full volume. I ignored her and kept walking. I was about to head to the checkout when I saw they had a Buckstar next to it. I ordered an iced coffee without a lid or a straw, because I wanted to try and save the environment, lol. I get to the self-service and just wait in line. When it's my turn to scan, I hear a familiar voice right behind me. That's him! I turn around and see her again with the confused manager in tow. This is the one who refused to help me. The confused manager points to me. Him? Yes, she said with glee. That's him. Ma'am, he doesn't work. Yes, he does. Her every word dripping with venom. And oh look, he's drinking coffee instead of helping me. I just glared at her and said nothing. Put down that coffee and help me with my groceries. She slapped the coffee out of my hand, which caused it to spill all over me before it hit the floor. The F? The manager becomes less confused and turns to me. Sir, do you want me to call the police? I am wiping my shirt. No, I just want her gone. Now. You heard him, ma'am. But. You have two options. You can either leave willingly or I'll call the police and they'll drag you out in handcuffs. Karen turns and spits at me. Butthole! She storms right out the front door with none of her stuff. I clean up in the bathroom and they even give me 2 bottles of soda for free. The sad part of all of this was I would have helped her if she just minded her manners. Someone down in the comments says, I was secretly hoping your response would be, absolutely I want to press charges. And then someone says, people here never press charges when they should. And to that, Depreciated Zero adds a story of his own. Maybe 8 to 10 years ago now, my brother and I were at Subway and witnessed this woman have a complete freak out. She stood and huffed angrily about having to wait for my brother and I to finish ordering. Then immediately starts being awful to the woman working. Says something along the lines of, took you long enough to get started. She's a total grunt the whole time she's ordering and she walks out. Now, my brother and I sat down to eat and as we're talking, in walks that same Karen again. This time, she's screaming about her sandwich being made wrong. The employee offers her a refund and tells her she'll need to swipe the card again to put the money back on it. The woman says that's not fast enough, so the employee offers to call the manager for her. At which point, the woman reaches over and slaps the card out of the cashier's hand. As she's storming out, she stops and looks at me and says, You saw she wouldn't refund me, right? I smile and say, I saw everything that just happened. Now, it's worth noting that this particular Subway is catty corner from a cop shop. So Karen walks in moments later with a pair of police in tow. She points at me and crows, He saw everything. He'll confirm what happened. I nodded to the cops and said, It's true, I can confirm everything. I watched this woman right here attack the poor girl behind the counter there completely unprovoked. She gives me this look of astonished betrayal as if she'd expected anything else. So the one cop took the woman outside, the other went and talked to the employee. I watch through the big glass front windows as the woman tries to walk away and the cop calls her back to him. After a few minutes talking to the employee, the other joins him, and they handcuff Karen and put her in the cruiser to go across the street. What happened to her from there, I couldn't say, but the poor girl working came over and hugged me and thanked me for sticking around. Since it's the cops' decisions whether or not to press charges, I'm hoping they did. Our next Reddit post is from Namey Rilha. So I'm 24, 22 at the time, and I worked as a station agent in a French airport. Those are the people in suits that check you and your luggage in, and even board you or deboard you from planes. I worked with a French company for 8 months during the summer of 2018. Working there was the best. Great hours, nice pay, people are a-holes, but honestly, not so bad once you learn how to deal with them properly. One of my favorite parts of this job were the hours. Either from 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. or from 1 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. No weekends or public holidays. For most people that's probably bad, but for me, it was paradise. We would get days off by cycle, and having days off in the middle of the week rocks. Go get groceries with almost nobody in the stores, all government agencies open, and less people all around because they're working. A paradise. Now, for the first 5 months there, I would always come dressed in a suit. Full suit, even in the middle of summer, with a tie and everything. So I would go home or shop in stores in the suit as well. After a while, I got tired and started to change clothes arriving and leaving from work. This story of course happened when I was still coming and leaving from work in full suit. It was around 3 months after I started. By then, wearing a suit became natural. No more of that weird, uncomfortable feeling while wearing it. It became normal. Even more, I got used to changing my attitude while wearing it and like my posture. And people, even in the streets, would think that I'm some successful person just because I wore a suit. And I also got quite used to noticing people needing help, problematic customers and all that. I leave work at 3 or 4 p.m. I had to stay longer to cover for someone and head to a store to bring a faulty electronic I bought there. I walk to the store wearing only my suit and carrying the thing in a bag. I head towards customer service and immediately notice a man, hand on the counter, leaning towards the cashier. She'll be Julie. And all our colleagues look tense, eyeing the guy. I shrug. Not my problem. I'm not paid to deal with that one. I turn to sit and notice that all the seats are taken, so I stay up and pull out my phone. Meanwhile, this guy starts to speak louder and louder. From what I got, the issue was that he wanted to use the store card of his wife, but the store policy is that you can't use the card of another customer, even if you're their relative, as the card can be used to make credit. This guy gets more and more heated up and starts calling around for other people to join. That immediately ticks me off. When I was in training to become station agent, we learned of different types of customers. I won't go into detail, but this guy is what we call a red customer. Someone that will rally others to help them get what they want. I see Julie on the verge of tears and I try to think of something to do while the guy starts throwing slurs at her. I finally notice a paper hanging near the counter and take action. I drop the bag, adjust my tie, take my best manager face, and walk to the guy. As soon as he notices me, he smirks and turns to me. "You're the manager?" To which I reply, yes, while looking at both him and the cashier as if to judge the situation. Julie turns white. He points at her and says, "This employee is discriminating against me. I want to use a discount on my wife's store card. I have her ID. There's no reason that." I then take a step forward. I'm not tall, and this guy is taller than me, but he still stops when I get in his face. Without a word, I point at the paper I saw earlier. It's a notice saying that any kind of harassment or insult towards an employee will result in a lawsuit and a fine for the customer. It's his turn to turn white, or whiter. He opens his mouth, but I'm faster. She's right. If you want to use that card, you need your wife to be here. Now, I have to ask you to leave, or I'll have to call security. But first, you will apologize. You've been beyond insulting to her. A security guard that's always near steps closer. He turns to the woman, apologizes in a weak voice, and quickly walks off. I walk to Julie and ask her if she's okay. She thanks me profusely. Then, another worker comes to me and asks me what to do with a product returned by another client. I giggle and, pulling my airport ID, simply state, "Sorry, I don't work here. I just can't stand people like this." I was allowed to check out first, got a refund, and smiles from everyone on the team. A good day. It's like what they say, not all heroes wear capes. Some wear suits. That was r/I don't work here lady, and if you like this video then hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/nuclear revenge, where a husband replaces his cheating wife's lube with poison ivy juice. Also, be sure you stick around to the end of the video because I have a very special clip at the end. Our first Reddit post is from Dos Cinco Uno Pinko. That username doesn't make any sense to me. There's no such thing as a pink Uno card. Anyway, this story is about 12 years old. Sorry, that was a really stupid joke. Okay, this story is about 12 years old. I told it to one of my coworkers yesterday, and he said I should share it to Reddit. Today, he again nudged me, so here we are, having drinks before the 4-day weekend, and my writing is complete. So, first time here, and hi y'all. In college, I met the woman who I thought was my one. We dated for about 2 years and had a big wedding after a 10-month engagement. Her family was pretty well-to-do in a small southern town. We were both continuing our educations, and I was also working to support us. I was pursuing a master's in engineering, while she was finishing her doctorate in anthropology. Over the summer, an opportunity came up for her to make some extra money going as an aide on a religious studies trip to Jamaica. I didn't hesitate when she asked me about it. I mean, she was going to get to visit Jamaica and get paid for it. I saw no downside other than missing her being at home for 6 weeks. Little did I know at the time, but she had been passionately hugging the professor. He had hung out with us, smoked my weed, and drank my effing beer. I considered him a friend who arranged the trip for a couple of months, and it was a getaway for them to bang all over the island. I, clueless and happy, spent those weeks while she was gone taking extra shifts so I could match what she made in our accounts and surprise her. What a moron, right? One of the students from the trip actually seeked me out to clue me in. I didn't believe him until I started looking for evidence on my own. I broke down and checked her texts while she was sleeping, and nothing was there. There were a few voicemails, so I decided to listen, and there it was. A message from that giant butthole saying how exciting it was that I almost caught them. I opened up her laptop and hit the emails after that. It was piles and piles of this stuff. Making fun of me for not knowing, hugging passionately in our bed, and laughing about it. There was so much, and I was so heartbroken. Still too hurt to take any action, I was lost. I had no idea what to do. So I sat on it for a couple weeks and acted as normally as I could. I noticed everything now. I felt so stupid for not seeing it before. So many signs. One stuck out in particular. I noticed that our stash of homemade weed lube, if you've never tried it, I'd highly recommend giving it a go, was going down even though we weren't hugging passionately. It was obvious they were also using the fruits of my labor to get off more effectively. This really pissed me off, like unreasonably so. Hulk effing mad. It finally all hit me. I was a freaking joke to these buttholes, and they were using the lube I made and hugging passionately in my bed. I didn't hurt anymore. I just wanted to make them hurt. So while she was studying at the library, I made a new batch of lube. I put enough weed in it for it to smell like normal, but I also added some poison ivy from our backyard to the mixture. And after refilling the spray bottle we used for application, I waited. A few days go by and I'm working extra so I can be out of the house more, and bam, bait taken. That night after she goes to sleep, my plan goes into action. I sneak her phone away and delete my contact, while replacing his phone number in her contacts as mine. I go to bed, but can't sleep because it feels like I'm 5 and tomorrow is Christmas. Dawn arrives and she's in the shower. I get a text. "I'm super itchy. Are you okay?" Now, Lord, now is my time. I text her back. "Look, I thought it had cleared up, but I guess I had a flare-up. I'm sorry, but I've got herpes, and I guess you do now, too." I heard this girl squeak in the shower. I'm covering my mouth, nearly losing it. I went on to text her, as the professor, that it was time to end things now. A new semester was about to start, and I kind of have a little crush on another TA. I wanted her mad. This is a woman that never got told no growing up, and never had to deal with rejection, let alone from a balding dude in his 50s with herpes. When she got out of the shower, it was obvious she had been crying, but I could see the anger in her eyes. I could see how uncomfortable she was, squirming at the table drinking coffee and mulling the situation over. Another little nudge is what she needed. The reply she got to her pages and pages of anger and sadness was, "Thanks for the good times, but can you keep this a secret between us? I don't want to ruin my chances with anyone else." She's flush with anger now, just seething. She gathered her keys and headed out the door without even saying goodbye. I knew where she was going. I booted up her laptop and set it to reformat, deleting her dissertation and any notes pertaining to it before following her to campus. I parked a few lots over and rush over to his office where I find her screaming at him for giving her herpes. There's a lot of people there. Professors, aides, students, other faculty. I'm dying. He is beyond embarrassed and confused as anything. She is ugly crying in front of her peers. I'm in heaven. I didn't even care that people were going to think I had herpes too. The fallout was apocalyptic in their department. He lost his job due to code of conduct at the university. We got divorced the following year. The state law was that we had to be separated for 1 full year before being granted a divorce. I got to keep most of the assets, primarily savings and not a ton, but I worked for it. She never finished her doctorate and went on to be a perpetually pregnant housewife that sells Herbalife on Facebook, and he teaches high school now. It took a few years for it to all unfold, but watching it was glorious. So, my viewers and listeners, here we have it. This is the actual origin story of all those Facebook Huns who are selling MLM scams. Our next Reddit post is from Isaiah Clark 7688. This isn't my story, but it comes from my dad and other family members who witnessed it. Background. This all went down in the late 1970s when my dad was 17. The area he grew up in was in the UK and was a stereotypical working class town. The part of town my family lived in was run down, full of poor families, and had its fair share of crime. But it was close-knit and everyone knew everyone. This will be important later. Now, my dad wasn't the most well-behaved kid, and he had hated being at school. But aside from a speeding ticket, he had never been in trouble with the police. He was, and still is, a really talented musician and had a very active social life. For his 17th birthday, one of his friends had bought him a leather jacket with a very specific logo on it. We'll call this friend Dave for future reference. According to my dad, it was a rare and quite expensive motorcycle jacket. He was extremely happy that Dave got it for him. Dave had bought himself the same jacket a while before, and it was a big surprise. My grandmother apparently joked that with the jackets on, they looked like twins, and she wasn't wrong. They had similar features, black hair, and were both well known for being kitted out in motorcycle gear. A few days after my dad's birthday, he was leaving work as a bartender in the town center at around 10 p.m. As he was getting close to where his bike was parked, a gang of 5 men approached him from behind. The last thing my dad remembers was being smacked over the head and passing out as he hit the floor. These men beat up my dad with bike chains and a crowbar, literally to within an inch of his life. Luckily, 2 bouncers from a nearby pub had heard the commotion and rushed to help. The men ran off, the bouncers called the cops, and my dad was taken to a hospital. It turned out that Dave had quite a substantial gambling habit and owed a large amount of money to people who you really didn't want to owe money to. They had threatened Dave and told him that they would be looking for him to teach him a lesson. So Dave decided to set up my dad to take the beating instead of himself, or at least lessen his chances of taking it. He had bought my dad the same jacket because these guys knew that was what he wore when he rode. He then arranged for a guy he knew to find out when my dad left work and call up the loan sharks to let them know where Dave was. What a scumbag. The revenge. My grandfather and grandmother were obviously distraught about this whole thing. The first thought on my grandfather's mind was if my dad would survive. When that was answered, his second was how best to get revenge. Bit of background on my grandfather. He was a lifelong boxer and a career military man. Uh-oh. He enlisted at the back end of World War II. On my grandfather. He was a lifelong boxer and a career military man. Uh-oh. He enlisted at the back end of World War II at 17, stayed in the forces through Korea, and then served in Malaya and Burma as a scout and sniper during the mid to late 1950s. He only reluctantly retired. I'm so excited for this story. He only reluctantly retired when my dad was little and worked as an engineer after his discharge. The guy was a certified tough cookie, even into his 50s. And although he wasn't the best husband or father at times, he could never stand by and watch his family get hurt. The first move my grandfather made was to call up every ex-service buddy, bouncer, pub landlord, etc. that he knew, and even a few less than legit characters he knew from the pubs. In my town, word traveled fast, and my grandfather was well liked and had a bit of a reputation, so it wasn't long before he had the names and addresses of the 5 men who had attacked my dad. Apparently, these guys had been bragging about beating up a defenseless man from behind. These guys were career criminals with violent reputations, but my grandfather really didn't give a flip who or what they were. My grandfather then called up a few of the most dangerous, hardened guys he knew from the service. He explained to them what had happened, and they were all happy to help. One night, the group kicked in the doors of each thug and beat them to a pulp. All 5 of them. They knew that if they hit one, the others would hear about it and run, so they hit all 5 of them in one night. My grandfather knew that no one would call the police in the area they lived in. Talking to the cops was a big no-no in that area back then, so there was little chance of being caught. All 5 guys ended up bloodied with broken bones, shattered teeth, and the requirement to be fed from a tube by the end of the night. One of them had to be put into a medically induced coma. Of course, the police interviewed all of them in the hospital when they sufficiently recovered, but none of them talked. Both out of fear of my grandfather and fear that they would be labeled as rats, and nothing came of it. But my grandfather wasn't done there. My grandfather used his connections in the clubs and bars to start spreading rumors about why they had been beaten up. Soon, it had gotten around that these 5 guys had effed up and had beaten up the wrong person. Not only that, but they had bragged about it and lied to whoever they worked for about it. Not only were they physically broken, but my grandfather ruined their credibility so that when they got out, no one, criminal or otherwise, wanted to be associated with them. Once this was all done, my grandfather turned his attention to Dave. He had specifically left Dave for last, knowing that he would soil himself, knowing that my grandfather knew what he had done. My grandfather, however, was much more subtle in dealing with Dave, as he thought that a simple beating would be too good for him. He waited and asked around, and it turned out that Dave was not only a compulsive gambler, but also had recently turned into a heavy drug addict as well. My grandfather found out who he was buying drugs from, when he would usually buy, and where. He had a buddy of his follow Dave when he went to buy his stuff, follow him to where he was living, and let my grandfather know. My grandfather then called in an anonymous tip that there was a huge drug deal going on at the address, and he thought he heard gunshots. He got 2 of his buddies to do the same. The police investigated, searched the house, and caught Dave red-handed with boatloads of drugs in his home, as well as counterfeit bills and a ton of other illegal stuff. Dave was charged, denied bail, and ended up pleading guilty to all the charges laid against him. My dad could never remember the exact sentence, but it was definitely heavy, at least 15 years. To add to that, Dave owed a lot of money to a lot of people, and let's just say his time in prison was made much worse by this fact. My dad never spoke to him again. His parents disowned him. His girlfriend dumped him. He struggled to get a job with his record, and when he got out, he had to move miles away as no one he knew wanted anything to do with him. My dad eventually recovered from his injuries, although you can still see various scars on his body from the beating he took. My grandfather never told anyone what he had done until his dad asked him about it when he got really ill in the early 1990s. Dave's life was ruined, and out of the 5 who attacked my dad, 3 ended up in prison later in life, and 2 ended up dead due to crime. My grandfather passed away in the late 1990s, and although my dad and him had their issues, it could never be said he didn't look out for him when he needed it. This is the that grandpa is literally from the generation that took down Hitler. What do you think he's gonna do to a moron with a gambling problem? That was r/nuclear revenge. And here's a video of what Yugo wants you to do to my subscribe button. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where a supervillain mastermind literally destroys an entire town in his quest for vengeance. This next story is one of my favorite stories on all of Reddit. I think it's actually my number 2 story behind the pro-divorce story I did a couple of weeks ago. So pull out your popcorn because this is about to get brutal. As a background, I grew up in a conservative little town in a conservative rural area heavily dominated by religion. This makes people put great stock on moral purity and appearances. Keeping up the facade is the most important thing. Everyone must go to church weekly, and people are heavily judged for appearing sinful. This was a bad thing for me as the cards were heavily stacked against me from birth. You see, I'm a rape baby. My mother lost her parents when she was young and was taken in by her uncle and aunt. The uncle had an important position in the local religious hierarchy, so when he and a couple of his friends started sexually abusing my mom, it was ignored by everyone. When she got pregnant, it was painted as showing that she's a harlot running around seducing married men. She was cast out. Why she didn't move out of town, I don't know, but yeah. There I came into the picture, born out of wedlock and with no father, branded as a sinful outcast. My childhood was awful. I don't go into details, but enough to say that by the time I started going to school, I was quite damaged. School made it worse. I was bullied relentlessly. Teachers were part of it, since they were all part of the religious community, which saw me as stained. Imagine being the only black kid in a town run by KKK, and you get close to how it was. So yeah, in school I became that trenchcoat kid, or its local cultural equivalent. I became weird and hostile on purpose to turn people off. People were casting me into the mold of being damaged and stained, so yeah, I took it and turned it into something to protect myself with. Despite all this opposition, I managed to graduate with decent grades. A distant aunt, my only decent relative, helped me get into a college in an actual city. She was the black sheep of the family and saw herself in me, maybe. Around this time, my mother drank herself to death. Can't blame her for it. She had a life insurance policy that helped me study. City life liberated me. I went into therapy and managed to treat the wounds that town had sliced into me. I got rid of that sucky town, but I guess some part of it never left me. Years went by. I became a sort of analytical consultant. I work for an international company that does sort of out-of-the-box analysis for other companies. I won't go into details to protect my identity, but we assist in solving all kinds of situations. Well, in my line of work, I'm sometimes called in to help downsizing operations. This sucks. I feel for the people who get fired, but if I wouldn't do it, someone else would. A couple of years ago, I got an assignment to go into 3 different factories and assess them wholesale, then come with a suggestion on which of them to move abroad. My hometown was among those 3 factories. You see, the sucky town I grew up in was one of those one smokestack towns, like we say in my country. There was one factory and some agriculture. Everyone worked in those jobs, like 60% of people in the factory. Rest of the economy rolled around supporting the factory and the people working there. Most of the people were looking forward at nothing but a job at the factory after getting out of school. The religious community running the town ran the factory as well. The big shots in the community tended to be bosses in the factory. That meant that the factory wasn't run that well. Promotions were based on holiness, not merit or skill. The trip back to the hometown was glorious. Most people didn't recognize me at first. The chubby outcast had become outwards just another corporate drone. I inspected all the paperwork, listened to all their speeches and lies, audited the processes. In the process, I dropped hints, and finally, they got who I was. The factory people threw a party for me then, for the old time's sake. Many of my old school buddies were there. We remembered fake good times together. I threw shadow on every part by pulling up some certain event of bullying I had endured, just to see the atmosphere turn awkward. Then I laughed at it like it was always a joke and I had grown out of it. Inside, I was seething with hatred and enjoying this all. I really loved seeing their faces, seeing what they had become, because F it, I was going to take it all away from them. In the end, they seemed relieved, believing that they were lucky it was me doing the audit, that the hometown boy would protect them. After my visit, lasting a couple of days, was over, I cruised around the town in my rented car just to see how people lived and to remember what it was like. My state of mind was something close to sexual arousal. I had never understood why people pursue positions of power, but yeah, now I understand. The rest is, as they say, history. I wrote a really scathing report documenting every little flaw and mistake ever done in the town plan. I didn't need to lie or fabricate. I simply took things that existed and polished them till they looked even worse than they were. The factory was shut down, and in the following years, the town died. No business venture ever came to replace it. Drug use and alcohol use spiked, as did crime and domestic violence. Lives fell apart. Families fell apart. They still haven't recovered, save for a few brighter souls who moved away. I still stalk them. I haven't recovered, save for a few brighter souls who moved away. I still stalk them on social media sometimes, enjoying how sucky their lives are, how they finally got to pay for what they did to me and my mom. I don't feel a slight bit of remorse. If I could do it all again, I would, only I'd first make it so I could be present to watch when they received the news about the factory being shut down. Heck, in my fantasy version of the events, I'd stay in town for a year just to see everyone fall apart. In reality, I will only go back there once. When my uncle finally dies, I'm going to go and piss on his grave. This story has no business being an r/pro revenge. It is much more like an r/nuclear revenge because he bombs the whole frickin' town. I mean, I get that, dozens of people made his life miserable. His uncle, his classmates, his family, his teachers, random people on the street. But he caught so many innocent bystanders in the destruction of his pro-revenge. This guy's actually like a comic book supervillain. This happened shortly after college. My mom is a retired, disabled woman who now owns her house on a quiet residential cul-de-sac. She has lived there longer than anyone else. Her neighbor has designated parking spaces at the end of the cul-de-sac, all with the addresses of each house painted in the parking space. My mom doesn't get out much, so I use her designated parking space. At the time, we lived in the same city and I visited her weekly to bring groceries, fix broken things, cook for her, etc. My mom parked her car in the backyard of her house since she went out so little. Mom kept busy by gardening or baking and buying cookies for the children on the street. Mom's neighbor, Ivy, never parked well. Whenever I stopped by, her car was always parked so close to my car that I had to park on the curb. I wouldn't have cared about Ivy's piss poor parking but for two things. One, she had 4 or 5 kids and had parties almost every weekend, leaving trash in mom's yards. Number 2, I loved my car, a 2016 metallic ice blue Dodge Challenger Hellcat, the first car I had ever purchased brand new. I washed that car once a week, detailed the interior, and had rules against eating, drinking, or even leaving trash in my car. It was my pride and joy. Mom had called the police throughout Ivy's residence because of the parties. Ivy's guests would fill up the cul-de-sac with their cars, obstructing traffic, and get into loud, drunk fights at and after midnight. I often found empty beer bottles, empty condom wrappers, cigarette butts, and empty crack baggies on the fence between the properties, mostly on Ivy's side of the fence. This is all important information. One Saturday, while having dinner at Mom's house, I heard a loud crash and my car alarm went off. I ran outside to see Ivy's older model Honda Accord back out of her parking space and speed down the street. Ivy's Accord had a dent from the front bumper to the door and the headlight had popped out. I approached my Challenger with trepidation and screamed in anguish at what I saw. My car, my beautiful 3-week-old car with less than 500 miles on it, had a dent stretching from the passenger's door to the front bumper, and the right front wheel was tilted at a 30-degree angle. I was livid and in anguish as I called the police, filed an online claim with my insurance, and arranged for a tow truck to take my damaged car to the dealership. The estimated cost of repairs came out to $3,400 US. Total cost of repairs was eventually $6,500. I had a low insurance deductible, $100, but my car was parked and Ivy owed for the damages. For 2 weeks, I knocked on Ivy's door or waited for her to come home. She stopped driving her damaged Accord and either rented or borrowed a Ford Fusion. When she was home, she didn't answer the door. When she wasn't, she stayed away until my rental car, a Dodge Charger, left Mom's parking space. I left a note on Ivy's door for her to call me, but only received harassing calls from restricted phone numbers or people blaring air horns in my ear when I answered. The Revenge. About 2 weeks after the accident, Ivy's children came to Mom's house for some cookies. I noticed that 2 of them had bruises around their eyes. If Ivy hadn't hit my car, I still would have done what I did, but maybe not as underhandedly. I had Mom take pictures with one of the children, but waited until the next party to strike. Ivy had a party that night or the night after. Mom called me to let me know, and I installed an app onto my phone that gave me a fake phone number. I called 911 and reported the party. There's a loud party at 1007 Mountain Drive, and I'm worried because the children are around all these drunk adults. Please hurry. Mom called to let me know the police had arrived. I drove to her house, stopping by the grocery store first, so that appeared to be the reason, and saw Ivy and her boyfriend Bane already sitting in the back of a squad car. From a news broadcast that night, I found out that Bane had warrants out for his arrest. Initially, the charges were disorderly conduct and disturbing the peace. However, Mom turned over the photos of the children, anonymously mailing them through the post office with Ivy's address and name as the return address. Less than a week later, Ivy and Bane were charged with child abuse charges. I think Bane was charged with more severe charges as well for abusing Ivy's daughter. Either way, the children ended up in foster care and Ivy and Bane ended up in prison. So apparently, I get that these are obviously fake names, but this is clearly a pro-revenge story from Batman himself taking down 2 of his oldest rivals. It looks like once again, Batman beats Ivy and Bane. The moral of the story, don't mess with the Batmobile. This happened about 12 years ago while I was studying aeronautical engineering. Due to some money-grubbing legislation tactics, most who have gone to college know about the unnecessary courses that are tacked onto the degrees in order to graduate. One of those courses for my degree was a business class. Seriously, you'd think these guys would understand that most engineers don't do the business side of things. Thankfully, we had a teacher who was understanding of the fact that many of us in the class were bored out of our minds. I'll admit to having always been a geek or nerd who loved making good grades. If I don't understand something, I run at it hard to try and change that. This class stumped me for quite some time, and then a nightmare of a project was announced, one worth 50% of our grade. The school was a small one, the class a little more than 30 people, and I was assigned to work with 3 people I knew from other classes. We had problems straight away. 2 of the people remembered me from a calculus class that they barely passed as the person who sailed easily through and decided to dump their portion of the work on me straight away, knowing I wouldn't allow myself to fail. They were right. At first, my other group member tried to pick up the slack as well, pulling hard to do a difficult project in a subject we barely understood. I'll admit, she was a trooper. Unfortunately, she was also someone easily manipulated, and our 2 slacking group members began applying pressure during the semester for her to take the work and allow them to present it. The day of the project finally comes and I'm sick as a dog, pretty much quarantined in the clinic due to bronchitis. I managed to send a message to the teacher. The 2 slackers managed to wrangle the presentation from the girl who worked with me and presented it to the class, declaring that they had done all the work and I was skipping class because they had told me that they were going to tell the teacher what happened. My initial grade was an F. I was beyond pissed until I realized something important. Part of the project involved a written report of which I held the only copy since I was the one to type it up. Cue the revenge. Privately, I went to the teacher with my notes and the report in order to get the grade I earned and to get him in on the plot. He agreed since it seemed fun and he planned to fail them anyway for academic dishonesty. Publicly, there was no report. The classmates that had attempted to take all the credit began to approach me, first demanding the report. Most of the time, my response was, "But I didn't do any work," in a sickly, sweet voice. Next, they attempted to act all buddy-buddy, trying to convince me that it had all been a joke and promising that they'd tell the professor that I had done some work, giving me some credit so that I had the possibility to pass. This was met with stony silence on most occasions before I told them that I'd rather fail than let them pass. Things escalated after that to include the door of my dorm room being rapped on at odd hours of the night, shoving and then stealing my backpack and notebooks in order to try to find the report themselves. One of them even asked my roommate to let them search for a report I had written and forgotten for our group. Didn't have her as my roommate the following semester. Things finally came to a head on the last week of classes. I had held out on them for a month, not telling any of my group mates what I had done, and enough time had elapsed that even if they were to turn in the report now, it would be so late that they'd still have failed. They hadn't even attempted to do the report themselves, and the girl who had worked with me was in hysterics over the very real possibility of failing the class. It was what the teacher and I had been waiting for, and he finally decided to return the reports. The two slackers glared daggers at me as the teacher returned the report of every other group in the class before stopping in front of them. He was holding what looked to be one extra report, and they were immediately looking hopeful. He set a single sheet of paper on one of their desks before moving to the desk of the girl who had worked along with me and set the report on her desk. "I had to dock some points for dishonesty, but you and your partner did decently," he stated before moving on. My partner realized what I had done. We only got an 82 on our project, but it was far better than the 0 that our ex-group mates received. I had been carefully documenting the harassment that the two slackers had put me through and ensured several witnesses saw some of what they did. 2 days after being informed that they were failing, the pair had a new problem. I gave the evidence to the administration of our school, and the teacher reported the academic dishonesty. The administration did a bit more digging and found that the pair had been making trouble for some time, and a number of students reported similar problems of having their work stolen. The slackers were expelled. Here's a life pro tip for everyone out there. Don't try to screw over someone who's smarter than you and works harder than you. I mean, honestly, what do you expect to happen? Hey, that guy's smarter than us and more diligent than us, and he has all the evidence that could screw us over. Let's totally betray him. What could possibly go wrong? That was r/pro revenge, and God, that first story might be the single most savage story of revenge I have ever heard. I mean, that guy ruined the lives of hundreds of innocent people. Them with cilantro and limes, then covered them with the clear lid to display their beauty. The next morning, welcome to r/pro revenge, where OP's quest for vengeance nearly kills a man. My revenge story almost killed a man. About 3 years ago, I was working in a pretty big factory. They hired through 5 different temp services, so the place was pretty much like a revolving door. People came and left without any warning. Sometimes it was hard to find a familiar face. So when someone started stealing my lunches, everyone became a suspect. After falling victim to the lunchbox bandit for a week straight, I'm talking about 6 12-hour days with no lunch. Needless to say, my frustration spawned several evil plans, but I felt the Carolina Reaper would give me the fastest and most effective results. All I know was people were gonna think twice before stealing lunches. I spent all night making the best steak fajitas for lunch the next day. I finally minced the Reaper peppers into a nice pico de gallo and topped my devil fajitas off. I carefully placed my fajitas into a Tupperware bowl, garnished them with cilantro and limes, then covered them with the clear lid to display their beauty. The next morning, about an hour after I placed them in the fridge, a woman started screaming for help. I ran to the lunchroom to find the lunchbox bandit laying on the floor gasping for air. The Reaper peppers triggered an asthma attack and he had to be rushed to the hospital. He never said anything again, and neither did I until now. I have to wonder if this guy accidentally found a loophole for murdering people. Because if someone steals your food, but that food is poisonous, aren't you kinda off the hook if they die? Plus, we have a worthwhile contribution from someone down in the comments. There used to be a lot of alcohol drink in auto factories. Long hours and hard work made people want to escape by getting and staying drunk at work. I retired not too long ago, and I've got to tell you, the kids nowadays are not near as bad as the people I worked with 40 years ago. People used to hide their liquor anywhere, but not in their lockers. If it was found in your locker, you could be fired. Once in a while, a slime ball would find and drink someone else's alcohol. If it only happened once in a while, pilferage was overlooked, but some dingleberry decided to look for other people's alcohol and drink it on a regular basis. This went on for far too long. Then, the person probably responsible was found out. He was the one that turned as white as a sheet and had to leave the lunch table. After one of the guys told his fellow employees of having reached the end of his patience and of having filled a third of his bottle with his urine, hiding it and finding it empty. Now, to be fair, maybe the guy just had a weak stomach and hadn't been the booze bandit after all. He was a known drunk and often not honest, so maybe. Also, the regular unauthorized booze withdrawals stopped after that. You know, if I were the booze bandit in this story, I'd probably feel a little bit pissed off. I got our home phone number long before cell phones were a common thing to have. As things have evolved, that phone number is part of my history and is utilitarian to use for things I don't want ringing on my cell phone, like 99% of anything that requires a phone number for no good reason. So I have kept that phone number alive over the years. Most recently, I moved it a few years back to an online service that charges a tiny amount of money per month to host it for me. I access it via an SIP client on my computer. The story. Because of the nature of the phone number, it randomly rings. If I have time, I mess with whomever is calling. Most of the calls are, "Your car warranty is about to expire" kind. Some of the calls are about non-existent credit cards. My favorite calls are the scammers. I record all calls that come into this phone number. In my state, only one person needs to know that a call is being recorded, and besides, these scammers are all overseas, so I really do not care about their laws. So when a scammer calls, I tend to answer and play along. Sometimes these calls last a few minutes before they give up on me. Today, I set a new record, a total of 1 hour of their time wasted. The call comes in as normal. I string the guy along. I play dumb. I keep them thinking I am an easy target. After 40 minutes, I tell him I have to hang up and could he call me back in an hour. To my surprise, this idiot calls me back. So I decided to see if I could get him to let me connect to him by continuing to play dumb. My plan is based on knowing that they have a handful of tools at their disposal, easiest of which is TeamViewer. So I play along until they get me on a TeamViewer, but I never give them the real information on my end. I just ask for my partner ID. The idea is that with TeamViewer, you can switch who is showing the screen after you make the initial connection. I know that I have but a precious few seconds of time if I manage to get them to give me their ID and password to make my plan happen. So I have a dummy terminal set aside for all this. I quickly write out my set of commands so I can copy them to my clipboard and launch them as soon as I get connected. Sure enough, they give me their ID and password. I am ready and I strike. Paste the commands into a run window and let it rip. As I see the window pop up with the command prompt and the deletion of folder starts, the guy starts to stutter and asks, "What are you doing, sir?" I keep playing. Dumb. until my connection is terminated. Files have been deleted. The scammer is pissed. He starts to curse at me. I eventually start taunting him and cursing back at him. After a while, he hangs up. And the best thing about this post is that OP included the audio recording of the phone call. So now I'm going to play the part for you where the scammer gets pissed. Fair warning, there's a lot of cursing and I'm kind of worried about demonetization, so I'm going to bleep out most of it.
Sir, you're trying to be smart, right? You're trying to be smart.
What? I'm not smart.
You're trying to be very smart, man.
I'm not smart at all.
What were you doing at my computer?
What
were you trying to do?
You told me to connect to your computer.
But what were you trying to do on my computer?
I was doing what you were telling me to do. I was trying to click on action.
No, you're not clicking on action. You're trying to my computer, man.
What? Why do you talk with such language? Your mother kiss your mother without mouth? You kiss your mother without mouth? Curse? You curse like that to your customers?
Mother, you bitch. You're trying to my computer, mother.
How would I your computer? I don't know anything about computers.
You mother, son of a bitch. How many sisters you have, mother? I'll you one by one. I'll you together. I'll them together, mother.
First you have to find your
sister.
First you have to find your you dickless little.
Oh, that is a delight. If you want to listen to the full audio recording, I've got a link to OP's post down in the description. First, a little backstory. I am a college student and cycle to campus every day. It's not a long ride at all, but I have to go through a zone where it's illegal to ride a bicycle on the sidewalk, so I'm forced to ride on the road. Most drivers don't care and just go around me since I stay to the edge and don't make myself a nuisance. Also, I have a sucky e-bike that I commute on. This will be important later. A few weeks ago, a guy in a Ford SUV, I don't know exactly which kind, started yelling at me as he drove by while I was on the road-only zone. All the usual, "Get off the road, roads are for cars, you're too slow" kind of stuff. I get that from drivers on a weekly basis. I just ignore and keep going. This man was special though, since he cut right in front of me and slammed on his brakes after yelling. I was able to stop before I hit him, and he floored it out of there, yelling, "Better be careful next time, bike." I was pretty mad, but I hadn't got his license plate or anything, and I doubt anything could be done about it anyway. There was no real proof. Over lunch, I told one of my friends who works as an EMT the story, and he got seriously pissed off. Apparently, he has seen the results of a car successfully brake checking a cyclist, and they aren't pretty. 2 days later, the same Ford SUV jerk tried to brake check me again. I was expecting it as soon as I heard him yelling, "Get on the sidewalk, bike," from behind, so I avoided a crash again. I told my EMT friend over lunch again, and he was even madder than before. I wanted to let it go since I can't really do anything about him, and my bicycle isn't going to win in a crash. This guy keeps trying to brake check me every few days during my morning commute whenever we're on the same patch of road at the same time. About a week ago, my EMT friend told me that he told my story to one of his friends in the campus police, who was equally pissed off. The two of them wanted to catch this jerk driver. The plan was to have the policeman parked on the side of the road in hopes of catching and pulling over the jerk. I heartily agreed, and the officer pulled some strings and had himself posted on speeder catching duty for that stretch of road. A few days passed uneventfully, with no sign of the road rager. I saw the cop parked in the same spot on the side of the road every day, a spot where the road has a left turn lane and a straight lane. Finally, I'm pedaling along and I hear the familiar voice scream, "Get the heck off the road, moron!" I yelled back, "Catch me then," and took off. I was spinning my scrawny little chicken legs as hard as they could go and pegged the throttle. I guess this made the driver even madder because I heard his engine roar as he pursued me. He shifted into the left lane as I stayed in the right. I looked to the side and saw a nasty old man in the driver's seat with a passenger window open. His mouth was going like he was yelling, but I couldn't hear him over the wind noise. I saw the police car spot approaching and started to slow down. Taking the opportunity, the driver swung right in front of me. I don't know if it was the speed or his anger that made him swing wide, but he cut across my lane and crashed straight into the back of the police car. I barely applied my brakes, slowed down to about 15 miles per hour, and crashed into the side of his car. The officer got out, spitting mad would be an understatement, and called an ambulance and another police car. Everyone was unhurt since the jerk was... Oh my god. Everyone was unhurt since the jerk was going only like 25 miles per hour, but there was enough of an impact to trigger the SUV's airbags. The jerk ended up getting arrested for driving drunk. Seriously, who drinks before 9 a.m. for an illegal lane change and probably other stuff too? I don't know all the details. I imagine that causing a crash like that would entail some additional charges. The guy ended up having to pay for extensive repairs on the police cruiser and for a new e-bike to replace the one he destroyed by cutting in front of me. The frame snapped. On top of that, I hear that his car was defined as totaled by his insurance company since the airbags went off, so he also has to pay for a new car. With any luck, he'll lose his license from the drunk driving charges and won't be able to menace cyclists again. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that crashing into a parked police car is probably pretty bad from a legal and insurance standpoint. I lived across the street from a very bored stay-at-home mom whose excess idle time turned her into an insufferable busybody. Her husband backed out of the driveway and slammed into my roommate's car parked on the curb. He apologized, gave us his insurance info, and took care of it. He was never a problem because he accepted responsibility for what he did. His wife, however, demanded that we never ever park any cars at the curb again because we can't get out of our driveway otherwise. The street was very wide. She was just completely unable to accept that the accident was her husband's fault and figured we were somehow responsible for it. Ergo, we were responsible for preventing it in the future. We told her that we would avoid parking there whenever possible, but that we still had the legal right to park on the street and that if necessary, we would still do so. And that it was her and her husband's responsibility to avoid hitting other people's legally parked cars when backing out of the driveway. She wasn't happy with that answer, but just told us we better stay out of our family's way and stormed off. One day, she came storming over, banging on the front door, cussing us out. We got her on our security camera saying, "If you don't move that effing car in the next 10 minutes, I am going to effing total it with my truck. It'll be your fault and you'll have to pay for the damage to my effing vehicle." To this, I simply responded, "I don't know whose car that is, but I didn't park it there. I have you on camera, so if you do anything to that car, I'll have to call the police and hand over this tape." She then threatened to sue me for invasion of privacy for recording her, and still insisted that we move the car, even though it wasn't our property. We just ignored her, and she did not do anything to the car. We did keep the recording though. A few weeks later, I had a friend visit from out of town. He parked his car on the curb and then started unloading some stuff from his trunk. She came storming out, screaming and cussing at him. "I have told you repeatedly, never park your freaking car on this curb. If you don't move it, I am going to freaking total it, and you can freaking pay for a new gosh darn car, as well as the damage you do to mine." He tried to calm her down and asked if there was somewhere else he could park, and she replied with, "You can park it in heck because that's where you'll be after I freaking kill you." Unfortunately for her, he had his dash cam running the whole time, and it captured everything. He called the police, and she was arrested for threatening to commit vandalism and for threatening violence. A few days later, she left a long-winded hate letter in our mailbox. It was written as if it were an open letter from the entire neighborhood, and it basically said that nobody knows who you are, and everyone wishes you would move away, and nobody wants you living in our neighborhood. Thing is, she forgot about the security cameras. I took the video of her opening my mailbox, which included her taking all our letters out of the mailbox and rifling through them, and I gave them to the post office. This led to her getting arrested for a second time that week. After that, we used her 2 arrests, our collection of security and dashcam footage, and her letter to get a restraining order against her that actually prohibited her from entering her own home. And then we called the police every time we saw her because she was in violation of the order. She ended up having to live in a hotel room, and her husband came over, apologized to us, and asked if we could drop the restraining order so his wife could come home. I told him I would do it, but only if she wrote me, my wife, our roommates, and the friend of mine she threatened a 1-page apology for her harassment, and that she would promise to never ever contact us again for any reason whatsoever moving forward. I received no apology, and the house went on the market a week later. Some freaking people. Alright guys, once again, can we get an F down in the comments for this poor husband? That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this video, please welcome to r/pro revenge, where a puppy abuser gets sent to jail. Our next story comes from Midorian. So, I'm not a regular Reddit user. I recently found r/hey, that's me, on YouTube and heard many stories of revenge, pro-revenge, etc. I am a very forgiving person, often taken advantage of, but I let it slide. I have one exception. Don't mess with my kids. Quick backstory, my oldest is on the autism spectrum. When we first moved here, 6 years ago, he saw 2 girls playing next door with some rocks. He knew he wasn't allowed to leave the yard, so he ran around our property finding the prettiest rocks he could and threw them at the girls, who ran crying to their mom. I spoke to their mom, who seemed cool, and we resolved the issue peacefully. I thought. Shortly after we moved here, I noticed the neighbor's dog would get out and roam the neighborhood. She was very skittish, so I could never catch her. We live on a busy road, so I was worried and occasionally called animal control to see if they could help her before she got hit. One day, my neighbor's other dog was in our yard. When the kids and I stepped out of the house to go to the car, it snarled and growled. I called the police. It was a Sunday, animal control was closed, and they took care of it. The next day, neighbor storms over to me, screaming at me for costing her a lot of money. She blamed me, my husband, her landlord for not fixing her fence, and insisted she had very powerful friends who would crush me if I didn't leave her alone. She screamed over her loss of thousands of dollars, claiming I cost her daughter her senior pictures. "You should be more forgiving," she said, "since I should have reported your retarded kid." Don't mess with my kids. Another quick note, it turns out she would let the dogs out when they were in heat and only let them back when they were pregnant. They would sell the puppies and repeat. Animal control did what they could, but they couldn't do much. Since watching r/, I became quite aware of malicious compliance. I read our city's codes and ordinances until I knew them front to back, and I reported her for everything. Cans on the street at 6:01 p.m. and they're required to be in by 6 p.m. reported. I can hear you from my property reported. Grass too high reported. I have a massive spreadsheet of times, dates, and violations. Meanwhile, she still let her dogs out. They dug up the neighborhood, pooped everywhere, and got into our trash. Since the one dog was vicious, I couldn't let my kids go outside without me. We felt like prisoners in our own home. The dogs would be outside in all kinds of weather. Ice storms, 100-degree heat, no water, no food, no shelter. Animal control and I became best friends. They desperately wanted the dogs removed. It reached a point where they drove by her house on the way to and from work. They rescued dozens of puppies, sometimes finding them wandering the road. Where I live, there is a limit to how many times you can report someone within a time frame, and if I walked in to report and they knew I couldn't, they would give me a shake of their head and I would instead announce I wanted to look at adopting an animal. I've taken in a fabulous sweetie of a cat and a poor abused doggo, but that's not important to the story. My neighbor was furious. Any day I reported them, I would wake up the next day to find something on my property wrong. Car broken into, faucet in the backyard turned on high, the gas in my grill left on, all kinds of stuff. I've tried everything, even getting PETA involved, before I knew they were likely to put the dogs down. Eventually, the vicious dog was hit by a car. They immediately got a new dog. I reported them for not licensing it. When I spoke to other neighbors, I let them know what was going on and encouraged them to report them as well. I am very active in my community, and I've gotten to first name basis with many, like the mayor, police chief, etc. There was a sort of academy to get to know your city, and I took it, so I met a lot of people and have been volunteering, so they view me in a good light. Well, it's been a couple years and my work is finally paying off. I got a call from a lawyer representing the county. She was bringing everything to the court and wanted me to testify. When she found out I had a spreadsheet, pictures, and videos of everything, she nearly squealed with delight. My neighbor is currently being charged with reckless endangerment, being a public nuisance, animal cruelty, child endangerment, disturbing the peace, and I can't remember what else. The lawyer informed me that they were requesting the following. 1. They not be allowed to own any animals. Ever. 2. The current animals be removed at once. 3. Due to the large number of complaints from the neighborhood and due to the varying types of complaints, they are to be deemed a public nuisance and be removed from the county, never allowed to return. 4. Damages be paid to the neighborhood since we all lost many a flower garden to the dogs, plus all the time we had to spend cleaning the trash and poop up. 5. Jail time. Now, I confess, I didn't know it was possible to be banned from a city, never mind an entire county. It wasn't my intent, I just wanted those dogs rescued. They didn't deserve to be treated like that. Bonus, a few nights ago, I was legit concerned when I heard screaming and crashing from their house. I called the police. Evidently, they got the news about going to court and why, and it started an argument between husband and wife that evolved into a screaming, throwing things event, shattering their front window in the process. They only arrested the husband, who screamed the entire time that he was going to divorce her, and she would take the fall for the puppy mill by herself. I haven't seen him since, but a lawyer showed up at my door on accident looking for her. I looked her name up. She's a divorce lawyer. So I think the main things we can take away from this story is that watching r/vid saves puppies and helps you crush your enemies. So be sure to subscribe for more r/content. Our next story is from Just a Mouthful. I was in an abusive relationship for over 6 years. My ex is a poor excuse of a human being, and I've learned to hate him more than anything else. I'm mad at myself to this day because it took me way too long to get out of the situation. It was not until I got pregnant that I had enough strength to escape everything, so my child has a safe home. I planned everything in secret and left without a word. I moved as far away as I could. I deleted all my social media accounts, got a new phone number, and used my maiden name again. With the money I saved, I bought a train ticket and I've ended up in a small and extremely friendly village. To be honest, it was just a mistake that I was stranded there, but it was the best thing that could ever happen to me. I was desperate to get a job, but I dropped out of school and ran away with my ex when I was 16. I know it was stupid. I had no graduation, no driver's license, and I never worked before, but I was too scared to go to the Social Security office because I thought they might be giving out my new name and address to my ex. Later, I learned about women's shelter and data protection, but yeah, I was pretty dumb back then. It just happened that I applied to a small hotel in the village. The owners, my boss and her husband, are just amazing. If they ever need it, I would give my kidney to them. I just love them. My boss is the kindest and most understanding person I've ever met. But back to the story. I just applied to be a dishwasher. My boss told me they don't need more kitchen personnel. I don't know what happened to me at this moment, but I just broke down in tears and cried and cried. I thought she would be mad or something because it's not very professional, but she just stood up without a word, went outside, and when she came back a few minutes later, she had tea and snacks with her. She sat down and handed me the tea and calmly asked me if I want to talk about it. I don't know why, but I just talked and talked and talked over an hour. I told her everything. She said nothing and just listened the whole time. It felt amazing to just let everything out. When I finished, she said the most awesome words I've ever heard. Well, we don't need more kitchen personnel, but you can come in tomorrow and work 2 weeks with my husband at the front desk. If you prove yourself, you could start there. I never thought it was possible, but she explained to me that hotelier is not a registered job title, so everybody can open and or work in a hotel. To make the story not longer than it already is, my first day there was now over 8 years ago. I worked my butt off to repay her kindness, and it was more than worth it. My boss helped me through all this time. She allowed me to bring my child in when I had problems finding a babysitter and paid me well even though I had no experience. She gave me days off so I can go to school, and I got my graduation after 2 years in evening school. After 5 years of work there, I got the admission to the final exam without vocational training. My boss promoted me to front desk manager 2 years ago, and I got a pretty nice $45K salary. It's enough for me and my daughter to go on vacation twice a year and live a great life. Things were awesome. I'd never felt better in life until my ex-husband showed up one day at work. He found out where I went because my mother's friend told him by accident. Great. Now he was there at my work telling me how he missed me and how he is sorry for everything that happened and how he wants to be a family again. I kicked him out. A few days had gone by and the police were at my door. My ex-husband called the police because of child abduction. It was complicated. Because of my youth, I never thought about that when I made my plans, but he was theoretically in his rights to do so. He was the father after all, and I left with a child. But I had one point on my side. He never signed custody. So I had sole custody, and therefore it was no abduction. Things were settled with the police, and I was allowed to go home. I told my boss everything, and I saw in her head she formed a plan. She asked me if I had ever taken photos of the abuse, and luckily I did. I documented everything, every single bruise and black eye. I had medical records for broken bones because he hit me with a chair until it broke, and a lot more. Another few days later, my boss got a call from my ex-husband asking for my number. She was more than happy to tell him he has to call back later because she is in a meeting. A lie. She told me, and we agreed to give him my work cell phone number. It doesn't even take him 10 minutes after he had the number to blow my phone up with messages and calls. First, he was nice, talking about how he missed me all those years, but after a few messages, it was clear he was after the money I make, complaining about how I have such a good life now and left him all alone. He never worked a day in his life and just used and abused the system to pay for his alcohol and glue addiction. I kid you not, he spends over 500 euros a month just on glue to sniff it. He cussed at me, called me a prostitute, and even threatened to do harm to me and my child when I refused to take him back. With all these things in my hand, my boss went to her longtime lawyer and asked him for advice. In the meantime, my ex-husband wanted to be settled in our hotel. For free, of course, because I'm family after all. When I saw his name in the guest list, I was mad. I wanted to kick him out, but my boss told me not to. We have security cameras everywhere, and my boss wanted to make sure he is seen on it. I worked the front desk when he checked in, and I told him with a smile on my face to kindly F off and leave me alone. He always had a short fuse and hated when I talked back, so he was pissed and cussed at me. Still, my smile on my face, I just told him we are never going to be family and he is the worst person I've ever met. When he saw that I don't fear him anymore, he just hit me over the counter. I pressed my panic button and screamed. 2 of our cooks tackled him until the police arrived. They asked me if I wanted to press charges, and of course, I said yes. My boss handed out complaint forms to all guests in the hotel, present or not in the incident, and asked them kindly to please note that they were disturbed through the commotion and they get 15% off their room prices. Funny thing, nearly all guests handed them back and got their 15% off. So I said the hotel lawyer looked into everything and he managed to sue him twice. Once on behalf of the hotel and the second for myself. We had so much evidence that the hotel and the second for myself. We had once on behalf of the hotel and the second for myself. We had so much evidence that he had to pay for all the money the hotel lost for hitting me in the face with the cost of the lawyer, $2.5K, and he was not allowed near the hotel anymore. For my trial, the judge said normally claims for damages lapses after 3 years, broken bones, etc. But he took my particular situation into consideration and I got 25,000 euros for damages to my body, as well as emotional damage and a restraining order. The best part is, this whole trial made the tax office and the social services look into him and became more concerned with him. All the taxes he had evaded were charged back to him, which was about 23,000 euros. He got 3 years on probation and 500 hours of community service. Honestly, the money was not important for me, and even though he got what he deserved, in my opinion, I'm proud to get back at him, and at the same time, I'm still a bit sad. I blame a lot on me because if I had made things different when I was younger, I might never end up in this situation, but I'm glad everything turned out well. OP, I don't know why you're so down on yourself in this story. To be honest, your story is kind of inspiring. You got yourself out of a toxic relationship, built a new life for you and your daughter, and landed a pretty good job. Kudos to you. That was r/ProRevenge, and if you want to save puppies and destroy your enemies, then be sure to subscribe to r/. Welcome to r/ProRevenge, where OP takes down the IRS. Our first Reddit post is from Fox McCloud. First, you have to appreciate the kind of guy Nathan is. Brilliant engineer / crazy person. Because Nathan likes rules, and Nathan doesn't give up when he knows how things should work. I like to get him to tell the story whenever we're together because he doesn't even see why it's funny. It's just how he deals with all problems. Nathan was like if you saw Sisyphus and you thought, maybe I should try to stop him. But then one day, the boulder was on top of the hill, and you go and ask Sisyphus how he did it, and he replied, "It was simple. I just kept pushing it forever and ever, and eventually the mountain gave up." A real grade 19 bureaucrat. He just works systems through problems no matter how daunting they should seem. Until one day, when Nathan's unstoppable force met an immovable object. I came into work and saw checks and envelopes spread all over his desk, and Nathan filling them out with the kind of grin Steve Buscemi might have crossing off a list with a tube of lipstick. I ask him about it, and he calmly starts explaining that he's having trouble with the IRS. I probe a little deeper since that in no way explains more than one check or envelope, and he starts telling me about how last year during tax season he was in China for work, so he started filling out his taxes early while at his parents' house. He owed a little, but left before he could mail it in. But he remembered while he was in China, and he broke through the Chinese firewall in order to pay the taxes online. But then his parents, thinking he forgot, wrote a check for him and mailed his taxes in too. So now his taxes would be paid twice. So they said, don't worry about it, we'll cancel the check. Well, it turns out that the New York State IRS has a canceled check fee of something like $40, and they sent Nathan a bill and penalty for the $40. That was it. That was the whole story, a $40 fee. Nathan, why do you have 20 checks on your desk? Oh, well, after I explained to them what was wrong with the fee, they didn't get it. So Nathan spent the next 4 weeks escalating the issue to the point that he got a case officer, a real live human agent on the phone with a case number. Remember the next sentence I'm about to speak because it's important for later. Nathan started by asking for the agent to spell his name and politely to demonstrate that he was where he said he was by asking how the weather was and how the drive-in had been that day. He then asked for his agent's manager, got their name, and exchanged some pleasantries. He explained that his parents wrote the check, but that he was the one being charged the fee. The agent explained that this was the policy of the IRS. All canceled checks will result in a $40 fee. The agent and Nathan went in rigorous complaint circles for hours exploring the rules. Nathan then calmly confirmed that 1. It is the policy of the IRS to allow just anyone to write a check on behalf of anyone else. Yes, sir, that is fine. You just need to indicate the name and zip code of the account. 2. It is the policy of the IRS to charge a $40 cancellation fee to the person whose account is indicated on the check. Yes, sir, that is the policy in New York State. This means that, and I swear to God, he actually asked the agent this hypothetical on the phone. I, Nathan, could write a $10 check and indicate it's for you, Mr. Agent, at 12345 Schenectady, New York, and cancel it, resulting in a $40 fee for you with absolutely no penalty or recourse to me? The equally complaint and rule-minded agent replied, Yes, sir, I guess you could. So that's what Nathan did, and that's what he was doing with 20 checks on his desk and what he meant by IRS trouble. He was following through, sending checks to the IRS addressed to pay the taxes of the agent and the agent's manager, so Nathan could cancel them, causing the agent and his manager to owe the IRS a fee for each canceled check. He was exploiting the same flaw in the system in which he was caught to essentially extort the IRS agents. I laughed about this for weeks after. And then 3 or so weeks later, I'll be danged if he didn't receive a letter from the IRS. Sir, we understand the point you've made. Please consider your fee waived, and I hope we can put this behind us. That is formal IRS speak for please stop, please, we surrender. If he wrote 20 checks divided between the agent and the manager, that means that each of those people got hit with $400 in fees. And that's just the start. Nathan could have done this infinitely for only the cost of a postage stamp. Our next Reddit post is from Deadly Gerbil. Many years ago, when I worked for a rent-to-own company in a small town, there was a little apartment complex which I made frequent deliveries to, and just as frequently had to repo from. It had been a motel when it was built, and the owner turned it into apartments by just making doorways in the walls between rooms, putting a kitchen and living room in one room, and a bedroom in the other. The place was very run down and apparently pretty inexpensive. And based on a few things customers said, it seemed that the majority of the tenants moved in there for short times. I figured it was because they were waiting for prefab houses to be financed and delivered, since the vast majority of housing in that town was mobile homes. Turns out I was wrong, but more on that later. Between deliveries and pickups, we were visiting the place multiple times per month, but the landlord wouldn't let us park the truck in the parking lot to do it. It was a motel parking lot, so there was way more space than the tenants needed and plenty of room for our truck. But the minute we pulled into the lot, the landlord would come running out of the office and yell at us to get the truck off his property. We were still allowed to deliver and such. We just had to carry the couches and old-style rear projection big screen TVs across the gravel lot from a truck parked on the street. It was more than a little annoying. Then the day came that I was visiting some customers, a young couple, to have them sign an extension because they couldn't make their payment. And I saw an eviction notice on their door. I knocked, they answered, and then they, too, saw the notice. They explained that they needed the extension because they were behind on rent, but the eviction was unexpected because they were only 2 days late. The notice gave them 1 week to move out. They signed the extension and I left, a little suspicious because that didn't seem right to me. A few days later, I got a call from the couple saying they needed to return the stuff they'd rented because they were being evicted and had to move to a motel. I told them to wait there, I'd be over in an hour. My wife had worked in the rental office of our previous apartment complex, so I knew some tenant laws. When I checked after getting the extension signed, I found that evictions couldn't be served with only a week notice. They had to give 30 days for the tenants to pay or move out. If they moved out, the landlord could take any unpaid rent out of their security deposit. This was a small town with lots of mobile homes, so I'm guessing the law was to prevent people from being evicted from rented land on which they had a mobile home they owned, but it applied to apartments too. Normally, I'd have considered this none of my business, but everyone in our store hated that landlord and wanted to get back at him. So I printed out the applicable rental law pages from the town's website and drove over to the apartment complex. There, I knocked on the door of every one of our customers living there, which was about half of the 20 or so apartments, and gave them a copy of the law. While doing this, I learned that the landlord had been evicting people like that for being even a day late, then keeping their deposits, citing the very law I was giving to my customers, just not the part about 30 days leeway. He charged rent in advance, you paid for the next month at the end of each month. So people were losing their deposits over being 1 day late. On top of that, the landlord wouldn't accept late payments even if they were before his scheduled eviction time, because he made more money by evicting people and moving someone new in since he kept all their deposits. I told the couple that started all this that if I were them, I would move out and I'd contact a lawyer or at least the city housing department and file a complaint. They were worried because the landlord had said he'd have the sheriff's department evict them if they didn't move out in time. There were no local police, small town. But I said that even if the landlord called them, I doubted they'd actually evict them if they cited the law. That was about all I could do, and I hoped it'd be enough. It was. The couple came in a few weeks later to pay for their rental furniture and to thank me for all my help, telling me the landlord had just been arrested. They filed a complaint, and when the landlord called the sheriff to evict them, it had kicked off an investigation. They were worried because the landlord had said he'd have the sheriff's department evict them if they didn't move out in time. There were no local police, small town. But I said that even if the landlord called them, I doubted they'd actually evict them if they cited the law. That was about all I could do, and I hoped it'd be enough. It was. The couple came in a few weeks later to pay for their rental furniture and to thank me for all my help, telling me the landlord had just been arrested. They filed a complaint, and when the landlord called the sheriff to evict them, it had kicked off an investigation. I never learned what exactly the charges were or what happened to the landlord, but the complex ended up under new ownership, and the new manager had no problem with us parking on their property for deliveries. Also, the number of our repos and deliveries there suddenly dropped because people were no longer being evicted constantly. Between that experience and the other stories I've read online, I never cease to be baffled and annoyed that people don't know their rights as tenants. Check your laws, don't take a landlord's word for anything, and stand up for yourself. I love stories where OP rolls in like a freaking superhero and does this super beneficial deed that helps so many people. But they don't do it because they care about people. They do it because of pure hatred and the drive for revenge. It's almost like they're villains who accidentally become heroes. Our next Reddit post is from Bleedy Butts. My uncle is an Indian doctor. In the 90s, there was a massive doctor shortage in Australia, so the government gave him citizenship. Unfortunately, you still had to sit through 3 expensive exams to work as a doctor in Australia. These exams cost thousands of dollars, only happened twice a year, had limited sitting spots and times, and had arbitrary pass-fail marks. So many Indian doctors ended up becoming taxi drivers or small businessmen, etc. My uncle decided instead he would reapply and go through Australian medical school. Sure enough, being a doctor for over 10 years makes medical school easy, and my uncle was top of his class. He decided since he was already pushing 40 years old and had a family, he would apply to become a general practitioner, a family physician, instead of applying to be a surgeon like most of his teachers had suggested. At the time, many desperate foreign doctors were applying for GP residency. They would essentially get treated like garbage. They would be forced to work unpaid overtime. They would not be given proper study time or time to leave to take mandatory exams. Their employers would pocket the meals, accommodation, study, or leave allowances that you were supposed to be paid by the training college. They would schedule you to work every Saturday or Sunday shift, and if you refused, they would give you a bad review and your training would be jeopardized. This mostly happened to foreign doctors, as most of them would be in bad debt and highly desperate for any sort of work. When my uncle graduated, he applied for GP training in a practice that is located within an Indian ethnic enclave so that he would have access to religious food, schools, etc. for the kids. Sure enough, this practice engaged in all of the above problems. My uncle would work every single Saturday shift. During his dedicated study time, he would have to come into work. He got reprimanded for not overcharging patients in line with their framework. Worst of all, when my aunt was really sick and hospitalized, they wouldn't give him any time off to look after her and the kids. The owner of the clinic was a white GP who was openly racist against Indians, Asians, and Aboriginal people, who were a large percentage of the clientele of this clinic. My uncle bided his time for 3 years, and as soon as his documentation came through making him a GP, he quit that instant. He went down to the local bank and got a loan to open up his own practice. All his old patients quickly moved with him to the new practice. The first year he struggled, but his practice quickly became known and word spread. Surprise, surprise, foreign trained doctors actually work well and care about their patients if you actually care about them and give them appropriate wages and living conditions. More patients and more doctors look to work with my uncle. Within 2 years, my uncle had a GP practice that had 4 doctors, 2 nurses, 2 trainees, and a manager. His practice easily rivaled his original teachers. He then started 2 more GP practices with the money he was pulling in. These practices trapped his old teacher's clinic in a 2-kilometer triangle. He would advertise heavily and make sure he could take as much business from his old teacher as he could. Within 5 years, his old teacher's practice went from hiring 6 doctors, 4 nurses, and 6 trainees to just 1 doctor, his old teacher, and no one else. His old teacher tried to sell his practice to other doctors, but no one would purchase it given how successful my uncle's 3 surrounding practices were. He then tried to sell it to my uncle, who refused to buy even at a ridiculously low sale price. Instead, he waited for the bank to repossess his old teacher's clinic and then purchased it for a bit more money from the bank. My uncle then repurposed the building into his main offices from where he runs his other 3 practices. He made sure to redevelop his old boss's room into staff toilets just as one final tribute to the human turd that was his old boss. How awesome would it be if the old boss came to this old office to talk to the uncle and the uncle was like, right this way, let's step into your old office. And they step into the bathroom and some dude is sitting on the toilet where the old boss's office chair used to be. That was r/pro revenge, and this is a video of Hugo after I read him one of the comments from you guys talking about how much of a good boy he is. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where an employee gets his terrible coworker fired. Our first Reddit post is from Bored Hotel Worker. I work the night shift as a receptionist at a hotel in Norway, and most nights are spent watching Netflix and playing games. Last summer was really slow, and I also worked a lot extra, so I ran out of stuff to watch and games to play. One night, I got an email from Scooter. He wanted to book a room for almost 20 days. I just had to send him the price and confirmation that we had rooms available, and he would then send me his credit card info for me to pre-charge. Normally, we just delete this kind of email, but I was bored out of my mind. So I responded with an offer for around $2,000 for the entire stay. I also made sure to inform him that he could cancel for free up until the day of arrival. This is probably the most common fraud attempt in the hotel and travel industry. Unlike most businesses, we're able to charge credit or debit cards with only the card number and expiration date. No need for a PIN code, CVC, or other authorization methods. Our software also allows us to deposit money directly to local and international bank accounts by using the card number. Because of this, jerks like Scooter will try to prepay with stolen and skimmed cards, but then cancel the booking, asking us to refund the amount to a different card. A couple of hours after sending him the offer, he responded with a Visa number and told me to charge him as soon as possible. I checked the card with our validation software, and to my big surprise, it didn't belong to Scooter. If validation succeeds, it will return the card owner's name 90% of the time. I sent him a new email stating that the card was declined because of insufficient funds. He quickly replied and gave me a new card to try. Guess what? This one didn't belong to Scooter either. Wasn't even the same person as the first card. By checking the BIN codes, the first 6 digits, I found which bank had issued the cards. Not even issued in the same country. My plan was to just call the banks and inform them of the attempted scam, but there were still several hours before I could go home, so I decided to screw with Scooter a bit more. I sent him a reply that the second card went through and also the reference number for his stay at our hotel. As expected, a couple hours later, Scooter sent a mail canceling the order and asked if we could refund the money to a different card, as he had lost his wallet and deactivated the card he paid with. The card was issued from a Polish bank. Not sure why, but Polish bank accounts are often used by people who want to launder money from bitcoins and drugs. You can buy a legit card for around $500 that is registered to some guy or girl in Poland from Darknet. At this point, Scooter was probably pretty happy about the $2,000 he would soon receive. I replied that it was no problem for me to transfer the money to a different card as long as it was valid. How fun would it be to also cancel his own card so he had to spend $500 for a new one? Not fun enough. In the last email, I wrote that he could send me the card number, but that our email server would go down for maintenance in a few minutes, so my boss would do it on Monday. It was now Saturday morning, so enough time for the charge bank to call us and reverse the transfer. If he needed the money right away, I told him to call the hotel before I ended my shift at 7. He called almost immediately, and I wrote down the card number and his phone number. I told him I transferred the money and that it would be in his account by 12 o'clock. My shift ended, and I went home with all the info Scooter had provided. I wanted to see if I could find out who he was, and of course, this idiot had an open Facebook profile that I found using his phone number. He even listed his address and employer. Looked a bit like the artist Scooter, but with an even uglier face and spiky hair full of gel. He lives somewhere outside of London in an area I would describe as a British trailer park. Houses that were nice at some point, but where the owners had spent £0 on maintenance since it was built. Trash everywhere and broken windows that were boarded up or fixed by sealing holes with garbage. Now to the fun part. According to his Facebook profile, Scooter worked at a hotel. This meant that he would have access to card information from guests that booked through sites like Booking.com. I called the manager of the hotel and told him there was reason to believe that one of his employees was trying to commit credit card fraud and that the card numbers could belong to their guests. I gave him the name of the people who owned the cards Scooter tried to pay with, and to no surprise, both had stayed at the hotel. I told him it was Scooter, and the manager just exploded in anger. Not 100% sure what he said because he was screaming so loud, but I think Scooter wasn't a normal employee. He worked there through some kind of government training program or something. After talking to the manager, I called both Visa and MasterCard International and told them about Scooter's little business venture. Apparently, it's pretty easy to check if there are more cards that have been involved in fraud, where the cards have also been used at Hotel Scooter. With his Polish deposit account, they would also be able to pin it on Scooter if he had been successful in scamming anyone, and sue him for the amount stolen. The police also called me later to get a statement regarding the whole situation. So I know the manager reported it to the police. I'm not sure what happened to Scooter, but according to his Facebook profile, he no longer works at the hotel or anywhere else as far as I can see. Man, the OP in this story is making me feel bad. When I get bored at work, all I end up doing is watching YouTube videos. This guy shuts down a scammer and saves innocent people from getting screwed out of $2,000. Our next Reddit post is from Tidy Neat Throwaway. I had taken over running a small development team of 9 for a relatively big company. We were there for basic, quick little bits of software that wouldn't make much sense to outsource. Web apps that quiz employees on policy, fancy interactive projects to show off at conferences, or just an extra pretty PowerPoint, etc. The guy I took over from ran the team like we lived in the 1980s, so I brought us into the modern age and surprise, surprise, within a few weeks our team was finishing projects left, right, and center. I won't go into it here, but if any tech nerds are interested in how bad it was, I'll reply to any comments. Everything was going great. My coworkers would take smoke breaks and listen to music. Our internal clients were kept up to date with their projects, and my boss thought I was some kind of software prodigy as productivity had gone through the roof. Honestly, this was more indicative of how bad it was before rather than anything I did. Then comes Dick, short for Richard, of course. Now, you know Dick. You probably have a Dick at your office. They've been there too long to fire and delight in slapping people in the face with their seniority, regardless of whether or not they have anything to do with you. First, he sends us a project and marks it critical, as in, "Everyone stop what you're doing now. This needs to be done yesterday." I politely send him a message and ask him if I can move it down to medium priority, as there was little to no time limit and we had other projects to deal with. He replies, "No, it needs to be done now. Get to it." I'd like to remind everyone that he is not my boss and has no authority over me or my team. So I CC my boss and the other department heads who we had projects for at the time. Hi all, hope you're enjoying your day. Dick has asked me to work on this project for his department. However, he wants it to be done now, which would delay your projects. Would that be okay with everyone? Turns out that's a no, and I downgrade his project. Now, Dick starts to live up to his namesake. A week or two later, I check our Trello, task management software, and notice Shia, a fantastic programmer and great person, was falling a bit behind. I go to ask her what's up, and she looks like she's about to have a panic attack. I ask her what's wrong, and it turns out Dick had threatened to fire her if she didn't start working on his project immediately. I calm her down, let her take a break, tell her to start working on her regular projects, and to send Dick to me if he gets uppity. I then fire off an email to Dick and my boss reminding him that 1. Any threats of termination need to go through me and HR first. 2. Who works on what projects and when is determined by our schedule and myself. 3. If a project deadline is moved up, I should be informed directly, not via my team. Turns out, Dick is infamous for making threats like this, but because nobody took him seriously, I was the first to remind him that he had no authority over other departments. I didn't find out until later, but apparently he had a meltdown at the boss about how incredibly disrespectful I was. He tried to file a formal complaint, but it was rejected because doing my job properly isn't actually a problem. Who knew? At this time, I accepted a better job and was going to put in my notice. But I wanted to wait until after our latest project, let's call it the Ninja Report, was done as it was a big deal for my team. This Ninja Report was part of a presentation by a company bigwig, the boss's boss's boss, and it was marked critical, so all of us were working hard to make sure we did a good job and got it in on time. Now, finally, we get to the revenge. I'm plugging in a switch under the desk when someone taps me hard on the shoulder. Just a minute, mate. I stand up and stare directly into the red face of Dick. Erect with fury and ready to expel his rage all over the office. Oh, I hope this doesn't get me demonetized. I'm not your mate. You need to learn your place in this company. Blah, blah, blah. As this grown man is screaming at me in full view of my team, it suddenly dawns on me that I get severance, have another job lined up, and really have no reason to deal with this. I want my project done now, he continues to yell. Now, I could have told him about the Ninja Report. I could have said a lot of things, but I just smiled, looked him in the eyes, and said, as long as I'm working here, the schedule isn't changing. Predictably, Dick responds, then you're fired. I grab my things and leave. As I'm leaving, one of my team comes up looking like a deer in headlights and asks what they should do. Easy. First, I want everyone except you to stop working on the Ninja Report. Second, at the end of the day, send an email to the boss and the bigwig. Let them know what happened and explain that the Ninja Report is going to be a week late. See you all for drinks Friday. I wake up bleary-eyed the next day to a call. Hello? It's my boss. Hi, look, I'm sorry about what Dick said. He doesn't actually have the authority to fire you, and the Ninja Report can't be late. We need you to fix this. Oh, I'm sorry. I've actually accepted another job, but don't worry, I figured this would happen. I asked one of my team to work on it privately. If they start working on the Ninja Report again, they should be able to get it done on time. My boss tried to get me to come back, but I made it clear that wasn't going to happen. I recommend one of my team to take my job and thank him for the opportunity. He's pretty cool about it, confirms I'll be getting severance, and tells me I can use him as my reference. Friday drinks roll around, and we have a lot to celebrate. The Ninja Report was done on time, and given everything that happened, it made my team look great. I got a new job, teammate got a promotion, and Bigwig was really eager to learn why his subordinate fired the lead of the team he picked himself and nearly tanked the project. I am proud to report that the office is now 100% Dick-free. OP is so skilled at removing dick that he should change his username to Lorena Bobbitt. Our next Reddit post is from Sting 2018. I work in sales and we work as a team. I have an assistant who helps me get leads and sets appointments. Well, this one particular assistant and I did not get along at all. This particular assistant kept going to my boss behind my back to report every little incident, which is really effing annoying. Part of my role as a senior rep was training. However, this assistant was a former business owner and knew how to do the job and didn't need no help. Well, the appointments the assistant set up had an 80% no-show rate, which is insane. In the past, no-shows would be around 25 to 30%. Not only that, this assistant would constantly argue and bicker over everything, which was really frustrating to deal with. The assistant also created their own lead card and tracking system, which completely sucked, and stuff fell through all the time. Furthermore, about half of all contact details provided didn't actually work. But what really irked me the most is this assistant constantly sucked up to my manager about all the great things they're doing. My manager was in love with the assistant and kept preventing me from firing the assistant and replacing them. Now, our company had a little-known policy. 3 ethic complaints in a 12-month period and you're fired. Here's the deal though. For a customer to file a complaint, they had to go to a specific page on our website, so very few complaints ever got filed. One day, I roll in 10 minutes late. My assistant had called my manager to complain that I was late. My boss asked me why I was late. Keep in mind, we didn't clock in or out, and I would often come in early or stay late. To come in late once in a while was no big deal, but it was annoying to know that my assistant had a habit of constantly going behind my back and ratting me out on top of their sucky production. We're supposed to be a team. I asked to do a review of the assistant's leads. We got 3 leads deep and my assistant huffed and puffed and said the leads belong to them, not me, and it's none of my business. Actually, it is. They then called my boss to complain about my behavior because I was pushing them to complete the lead review. My boss called me and I straight up told him he needs to give me the authority to fire this assistant or I'm going to force his hand. He told me I needed to learn how to work with my assistant. So I pulled up all of my assistant's leads and began dialing. One thing that would justify an ethics complaint is opting in a lead for a call when they didn't want to be called, which I suspected I could find at least 3 instances of. I called all of the leads and got 9 people who straight up said, "We never intended to be opted in to be given sales calls." To which I replied, "Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. We actually have an ethic complaints page for such a situation. Would you like me to forward you the link so you can file a complaint? It would really help us ensure this kind of thing doesn't happen again." Within 48 hours, my assistant had gotten 5 ethics complaints. My boss called me 72 hours later. "OP, it's really strange. We've gotten a slew of complaints about your assistant. Did you have any part in this?" Well, you see, my assistant refused to conduct a lead review with me, so I called all their leads for them. On a few occasions, the lead claimed they didn't intend on providing their information for sales calls, so I simply sent them to the link to file a complaint. My boss said, "Yeah, well, now I'm forced to fire the assistant." I simply smiled and said, "Oh, that's really unfortunate. I'm so sorry to hear that." He confided, "I guess you won this one." I said, "Not a problem. I'll go ahead and post the new job ad." My next assistant was much better and way easier to work with. That was r/pro revenge, and this is r/puppy bloopers. But before I play this clip, it's very important to understand that when I walk Hugo, I put him in a harness. The harness pulls his shoulders, not his neck, because I don't want to choke him if he pulls really hard. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where OP gets a would-be pedophile arrested by the FBI. I found out today that my revenge was complete, so I came here to share it. My neighbor, who we shall call Christy, would report us to the HOA for literally everything she didn't like. Trash cans still on the street at 5 p.m. on trash day, reported. Kids bike outside while kids are still playing, reported. Didn't mow this weekend, typically I do this Monday nights, reported Monday morning. Dog barking at 2 in the afternoon as she and her dog walk on the path behind our house, reported. In many cases, these were not issues covered by the HOA, but due to repeated reporting, the board did fine us and I had to go spend the evening waiting through a 2-hour meeting to have them removed. This kept happening and was driving me nuts. Both my wife and I spoke to her and tried to find out why she felt this was okay, and she told us, "You just need to do a better job of being a good neighbor." Fast forward to early this summer. She posts on a neighborhood website sharing a video about the anti-vax movement. In general, the replies are pretty aggressive about telling her she is full of it. But she keeps pushing back, leading to a super long post about how we're all wrong and we should listen because she's a doctor. She signs it, Dr. Christy last name, naturopathic physician. At this point, I am mostly just wondering what the heck any kind of doctor would be against vaccines. This made no sense to me, so I started digging. I did find that Christy was listed as a doctor on sites where you could find physicians. I dug more into what exactly a naturopathic physician was and found that in my state of Colorado, they are regulated and are required to maintain a license to practice. I checked into it and found out the following. 1. Christy was not in the state database as a naturopathic physician. 2. The board who regulates it has an online reporting tool. At this point, I took all the information I had, grabbed screenshots, and checked my timeline and reported her as claiming to be a naturopathic physician when she was not. I then followed that up with this post on the neighborhood website. This is a hot button topic for me, and because of that and Christy signing her post as Dr. Last Name, I had to dig some. I, for one, am a huge fan of including whole person treatment. I think doctors of osteopathic medicine are wonderful as they work to integrate whole health into the picture with well-researched medical best practices. Naturopathy less so, which is the problem here. One research article here breaks down a lot of the issues quite well. It's almost 13 years old, but still quite good at explaining the valid concerns. I further checked as Colorado does regulate naturopathy and I could not find any Christy last name listed there. My thought was that it is entirely possible that she holds a license to practice in Colorado and my search wasn't working. But even just searching her first name or zip code or my town or town near us provides no results for Christy last name. At this point, Christy locked the post and later deleted the entire thing. I was pretty dang happy that she removed the post, but today it got better. In the mail, I received a copy of the cease and desist letter that Christy received from the state about a month ago. It told her that she must cease and desist her practice immediately. OP, obviously you should report her to the HOA for running a business out of her home. Our next Reddit post is from Dwassafar. Back in the day, I worked as an independent IT consultant and was hired on along with another independent to subcontract on a team for a major consulting house. We'll call it Consulting House. Everyone else on the team was a Consulting House employee. The two of us were not supposed to tell the client that we weren't part of Consulting House, but the client figured it out pretty fast because we independents were doing most of the work, while Consulting House's code monkeys were busy filling out spreadsheets all day and going on team building exercises. But I digress. The project ran past its initial deadline and my contract expired. I stayed on a week-to-week basis as a professional courtesy to get the project finished, because I like the client, if not the team. Unfortunately, the Consulting House project manager was booked somewhere else for his next gig, and they brought in a new guy to replace him. Let's call him David Stress. David flew in on a Monday morning to get the project handed off to him, and immediately started pissing on everything to mark his territory. He was derogatory and belittling to the team and liked to raise his voice. I was working in my office, well, actually, a closet with folding tables that I shared with 3 other team members, and didn't hear what he was saying out in the main office, but I could sure hear his tone. Then he burst into the office and demanded, "How are we doing specific payroll-related conversion task?" I said, "We're using Program X." He waved his hand dismissively and scoffed, "That's stupid. Program X won't work for this. You need to do something else." The other indie was in the room at the time, and she saw me coming up out of my chair. She told me later she thought I was going to deck him. I knew he was full of garbage because I wrote Program X. It was custom code for this project, and he had no way of knowing what it would or wouldn't do. He was just trying to bully me and be the alpha dog. I didn't deck him. Instead, I went to the client's payroll manager with whom I'd been working closely for months and who was driving the client side of the project. I laid it on the line. I said, "Look, I know you know I don't work for Closing House. I'm here on an independent contract. That contract is up, and I've been working here week to week just to get you guys through." She told me she was aware of this. Okay, this new guy, David Stress, is a bully and a blowhard, and I won't work with him. I have no contract at this point, and with him running the project, I won't be back next week. I'm not asking you to do anything specific about it. I'm just letting you know as a courtesy so you can plan to transition my work to someone else. She sat back in her chair, thought a moment, and said, "Okay, thanks for letting me know." 2 hours later, David Stress was removed from his new position. The payroll manager, faced with losing the one technical guy on the team who actually knew what was going on with a very complicated payroll system, called Closing House and said, "We don't want this new guy, take him away." Closing House rearranged some things to keep the original project manager with the project. The funniest part of the whole thing was that Consulting House had scheduled a welcome dinner for David at a posh steakhouse that evening. Rather than create further embarrassment of canceling the dinner, they actually went ahead with it as a farewell dinner for David, who had been on the project for less than 1 day. It was fun to watch him try to put on a brave face for that. OP, what I want to know is, did you tell this guy that you were the reason that you got him fired? Because, that would have been so tempting to do. Oh, by the way, jerkface, I wrote Program X, so I knew you were full of garbage. And I was the one who got you fired. See ya! Our next Reddit post is from Hi Internet Friend. I put a trampoline in my backyard in early 2017. I have 3 young boys and we have enjoyed it immensely. My neighbor, the HOA president at the time, went to sell his house in spring of 2018, and his realtor said the trampoline in my backyard might be a detriment to getting top dollar for his home. So he convinced the neighbor on the other side of my house to complain as well. Out of the blue, I received a message from the HOA property manager that the neighbors complained and I would need to submit a form to get it approved. Intermission. What's sad is that I was friendly with both of these people. They had been in my home. They could have talked to me face to face. With one of the neighbors, I paid for our shared fence at her request, since her neighbor on her other side wouldn't contribute to their shared fence. Another board member and another piece of garbage. I would have been willing to dig a hole for the trampoline to hide it more, or purchase a new one with elastic bands rather than springs to make it quieter. Both of those options are cheaper than getting a lawyer. But nobody asked. Nobody came to me to have a face-to-face, heart-to-heart discussion about their concerns. A few ironies. These are 5-bedroom homes. Clearly, people with kids are going to move in, and they're going to be noisy in their backyard with or without play equipment. The guy who sold his home smoked like a chimney. I don't think my trampoline should have been his top concern. The guy who ended up buying his home are a great family with 2 kids who don't care about toys in other people's backyards. My neighbors have raised kids to adulthood, one of them 2 very active boys. When I pointed this out to her, the words that actually came out of her mouth were, "I know it's challenging to raise boys, but we're at different stages of our lives." As if that justified her trying to screw me. Back to the story. I filled out the form and sent it in. The Architectural Review Committee denied it a month later. I appealed the decision and met with the board in August. They sent me a letter and said it was in violation. I asked which rules it violated. They never sent me a letter, so I asked again a week ago. The property manager was adamant that she had sent the letter, but I asked for proof. She forwarded an email where she put my name in the to field after the fact. I had a strong suspicion it was after the fact due to the following reasons. An HOA meeting was mentioned that never took place. The responses to my questions varied in color, indicating they had been edited at different times. She responded immediately to my request for proof by indicating she would forward the email, but then took an hour, presumably editing a draft she never sent. She cited a rule early in the email, but then cited an additional rule later that superseded the first. The first cited rule could have simply been omitted. The message was not marked as forwarded message at the top, and the send time didn't include seconds. None of these things are a smoking gun, but they're suspicious. I asked the other people in the to field if they received a copy of the email with my name in the address field. The only honest member of the board replied he hadn't. The rest remained silent because they didn't want to look like they and the property manager dropped the ball. Intermission. If you're curious why the board didn't like my trampoline, here is the rationale provided in the letter that was never sent. Due to the close proximity of the homes to each other and the small yards, the trampoline is unsightly to the homes surrounding it. Realtors for those homes surrounding you have stated that it is a detraction to selling homes and is lowering the home values of those around it. There have also been neighbor complaints regarding the noise level, which makes those homeowners unable to enjoy their homes. They are also unable to use certain portions of their homes while the trampoline is being used. My kids all weigh under 35 pounds. They go to bed at 7 p.m. and don't jump on the trampoline in the morning before 10 a.m. My neighbors bought homes 10 feet away from mine. What did they expect? Back to the story. The year-end meeting was scheduled for yesterday, and 4 board positions were up for election. I got 3 of my friends on the street to run with me. I went door to door every day for a week and spoke with the majority of homeowners about their discontent with the street. I got a third of the community to sign proxy forms stating that I would vote on their behalf. I went to the meeting last night and put these fools on blast. I listed calmly all the ways the current board was failing the community and my plan to right their wrongs. My vote was a landslide in favor of myself and my friends getting elected. One awful board member remains, but he is the minority. We fired the property manager who was uncommunicative and flat out dishonest. The trampoline endures. The only bummer now is I have to manage a street which includes some legit crazy people. But this whole episode has convinced my wife that we will never live in an HOA again, which I count as a huge victory in addition to the trampoline remaining where it is today. OP, that story was looking a little dicey for a while, but I'm glad that you managed to bounce back. Our next Reddit post is from PME Shrek Boobs. After I broke up with my ex, I would keep tabs on him. Rumor, hearsay, friendly whispers, and public social media posts alike, due to the threat of violence. He'd occasionally post something about burning down my house, or he'd text a mutual friend and try to figure out where I'd moved to. So I felt justified, and we live in a very small town, so gossip flowed like honey. In reality, I was assuaging my anxiety by exerting what little control I could in that particular area in my life. Everything ended up documented for legal reasons to give it more legitimacy. At the time, friendly custody talks had broken down into we need attorneys to mediate. And due to the fact that I wouldn't release my daughter into his care without a custody agreement, I started to receive threats from both him and his family. Mostly along the lines of, "If you're gone, the baby will be ours." One specific threat that still sticks with me was to burn down my apartment building, prompting me to move. My social worker / court-appointed attorney never received the requested documents for custody, so my concerns went from legal issues to my own physical safety rather quickly. After a while, it went from so-and-so is threatening you online to Did you hear that so-and-so got kicked out of where he was staying for trying to sleep with his roommate's 12-year-old cousin? And so-and-so isn't allowed near this person's 14-year-old daughter anymore because they caught him texting her nudes. I heard about 3 different young girls who had possibly been victimized by this dude, which was believable. He had pursued me when I was 19 and he was 26, and I look very young for my age. We broke up in part due to him being arrested for, quote, minor sexual crimes. All of these girls were coming from slightly trashy families with run-ins with the law, so he probably knew that the adults around would be wary of reporting him. So I reported him and all the online handles I knew he used to the mother effing FBI. Straight up went to the center of missing and exploited children on his butt. Not 2 months later, I get a message from someone saying, "Did you hear that so-and-so got arrested in a sting?" He had been trying to sleep with this 12-year-old girl offline, and when he went to meet up with her, it ended up being a setup with the state police or something. He caught extra charges thanks to the whips and handcuffs he had in his backpack. Now he's in jail and a registered sex offender. If he had just not threatened me, I never would have paid attention to gossip concerning him, and he probably would have gotten away with this garbage for years. Hello, my name is Chris Hansen. Why don't you have a seat right there? That was r/ProRevenge, and just a reminder, I have a merch store. You can find the link down in the description. Welcome to r/ProRevenge, where revenge is a dish best served frozen. Okay, so this story took place back when I was in Florida in the early 90s. It does involve an act of vandalism that is connected to revenge. Hopefully it won't be removed, and hopefully it'll count as nuclear revenge. Anyway, South Florida was devastated by Hurricane Andrew. My dad, as part of a local charity, was set up day after day at a local market seeking donations from shoppers to give to food banks. You have to understand, this storm left many people homeless and without power in some cases for 6 months in Florida heat and humidity. My father was legally disabled from a serious car accident. He was hit by a drunk driver in the early 80s and suffered from relentless hip and back problems. It never killed his heart or kindness to others, hence the charity work. One day, he was about to pull into the disabled space of the local market to go buy a few items to donate to the hurricane charity. Right before he is about to pull in, this lady pulls into the space in this shiny red Porsche. My dad parks behind her and says, "Excuse me, ma'am, I was about to pull in there," and also points to his disabled placard in the window. She says to him, "You don't look disabled," and proceeded to walk into the store. For anyone who has a relative who uses a disabled space, you know the frustration of this situation and the anger one feels. My dad, seemingly unfazed, waits until she goes into the store, and then gets out and snips the valve stems on all 4 tires, flattening but not destroying all of them. He then pulls into another space not far away and just waits. About 15 minutes later, the lady comes out and is shrieking about her car being vandalized. My dad is far enough away that she can't see him, but he can hear everything. She calls the police. Big mistake. She files a report for vandalism, and the police give her a ticket for being parked in the disabled space with no placard, about $250 at the time. The cops leave, and she calls a tow truck. As the car is being loaded into the truck, my dad pulls up and says to her, "You don't look disabled, but your car sure is," and then drives off. My dad could be a nice guy and pure savage when he needed to be. Our next Reddit post is from a long string of numbers, and this story is a long one, but man is it a good one. 4 years ago now, when I was 24, my mom died of breast cancer, and as both my grandparents also had died of it, I saw a specialist for screening. I found out I had some cells in one of my breasts that could have turned cancerous at any given moment. I was told I had a few options. 1, I could have regular screenings every 3 to 4 months until it does develop into cancer. I was told the risk of the cells becoming cancerous was very high due to family history. But it could also potentially never turn into cancer, so I'd just be getting these screenings for no reason. 2. I could get a single mastectomy on the breast with the bad cells, but they need to keep an eye on the other ones, so I'd still need regular checkups for the other breast. 3. I could get a bilateral mastectomy and remove all of my breast tissue, basically eliminating the risk. I went for the bilateral mastectomy. It was admittedly the most drastic option, but after seeing what cancer did to my mom and grandmothers, I didn't want to risk it. I was warned about scarring, but told it should be fairly minor. It wasn't, and I was left with 2 huge, pink, jagged scars on either side of my chest, each about an inch long and half an inch wide, and it caused me to go into severe depression, where it got to the stage of me not even leaving my flat because I didn't want people to see me, throwing out my mirrors, and getting physically sick looking at myself. I went to a therapist who suggested a plastic surgeon. The therapist said they normally never do that, but it was clearly something I was struggling with and I might never get over it. And the therapist could see why I struggle with it. Although I'll admit, the therapist did send me to ask about scar reduction. The plastic surgeon suggested a cream, a laser, or implants. The cream didn't work, and the laser was both expensive and risky, so I went with the implants. My natural boobs were an F cup, so I went with a slightly smaller double D. Since then, my mental health has improved and I feel a lot better about the way I look. My confidence has gone up, as has my self-esteem. I know I shouldn't put so much into my appearance, but I wasn't exaggerating about these scars. Huge, bright pink, jagged, raised, just really awful to look at, and I hated seeing myself. And they are now nicely hidden away, and you can barely feel them. In the present day, I'm 28 years old and working in an office. I'm doing a lot better than I was. My coworker, Jill, found out I'd had a boob job, but not the cancer thing. When myself and my friend from years before the mastectomy were planning a holiday, and she made a joke about me going on a plane with my implants, and Jill overheard. By the end of the day, the entire office knew I'd had a boob job, but not why. And half a dozen people confirmed Jill had told them. Over the next few months, Jill made many jokes and comments about my chest to coworkers when I was in earshot, at one point saying I had more plastic than Barbie, and calling me fake in 2 ways. I didn't hear this one myself, but a friend in the office told me that Jill had at one point referred to me as a sack of silicone. I don't know what her problem was exactly, but at one point she mentioned the National Health Service, so I assumed Jill thought I'd got my breasts done for free on taxpayer money. I'd gotten the mastectomy on NHS, but gone private for therapy and implants. I'd asked her to stop more than once, but unfortunately the places I talked to her were places like the lift and the women's bathroom, where there weren't any cameras. And Jill just kept making comments no matter how often I asked her not to. I wouldn't say it was every single day, but I heard at least 3 comments per week for 3 months. I hit my breaking point when me, Jill, and a few other coworkers were having lunch. I referred to something as being shallow, and Jill said, "You know all about being shallow," while gesturing to my chest. I snapped. I said, "Do you know why I have these? A few years ago, the doctors found potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I was advised to get a mastectomy and was left with huge, ugly scars on my chest. I went to see a therapist who sent me to a cosmetic surgeon who advised me to get implants to hide the scars. And I did it just so I could look at myself in the mirror without crying. So maybe next time you want to judge someone for having cosmetic surgery, you should ask them why they had it first." And feeling like that was a mic drop moment, I picked up my food and left. For the rest of the day, I had about 1/3 of my office come up to offer me support, and the rest tell me that Jill was just joking around and I was being a jerk. I replied that Jill was being a jerk long before I was. I then got an email from HR saying they wanted to talk to me the following day. And when I called for clarification, they mentioned a hostile work environment. Note, this is apparently an American term and holds little weight in England, but it's what was said over the phone. I knew the person who signed off the email and I'd spoken to. Her name was Debbie, and she was Jill's friend in HR, so I was fairly confident on who had reported me. I realized that if this was already being sent to HR, I needed as much ammunition as possible, so I went about collecting my information. Since Debbie had dealt with me so far, it was safe to assume she would be the person reviewing the complaint with me. And if that was true, I was screwed. However, I vaguely remembered a section on complaints that was in my contract when I first signed with the company. I flicked through the contract, and there was a part in the complaint section that said I was contractually allowed to request a change of reviewer if I felt my allocated reviewer was biased. It was called an impartial overseer. I photocopied the page and highlighted that part. Then I messaged the people who had offered their support over Facebook and basically said, HR has asked to see me. Do any of you remember Jill insulting me to your face, and are you willing to write and sign something saying what you heard and when? Not everyone was willing to help, as Jill is somewhat feared in the office due to her befriending HR and management, but about 20 people were willing to help me. I got to work slightly early the next morning. I went around to everyone who had messaged me, and most of them managed to give me a printed and signed letter. Some didn't manage to write one, but no big deal. This isn't the exact wording, as there's 16 letters to sum up, but here was the gist. My name is blank. I work with Jill blank and OP. On a certain date and time, approximately, I spoke with Jill blank, during which she referred to OP as the quoted insult. I felt this was inappropriate as it directly related to OP's appearance, and I'm willing to go on record to further establish that Jill blank has been discussing OP in the workplace in the same manner for 3 months now, causing me discomfort and creating what I feel is a hostile work environment. Signed blank. I wound up with about 16 letters, all from different people, and one of them was in the lunchroom for my conversation with Jill. Some even had bullet-pointed lists of everything Jill had said to them about me or other people. As it turns out, Jill has issues with a lot of people's appearances. She apparently made comments about one coworker's weight and apparently something anti-Semitic about a different coworker's nose, all of which were put in these letters. There are about 45 people in the office, so while 16 wasn't a majority, it's still a decent amount. The letters weren't hugely long, most were only a paragraph, but they had all the necessary information. I was asked to come to HR at 10 a.m. I took the letters from coworkers, the photocopy of the page in my contract, and my dates and times in the little folder with me. I got there, and Debbie was the one overseeing the interview. She got up from her desk, ready to lead me into another room. I immediately turned to the other HR worker that was currently there and said, "So is my meeting with you then?" Debbie said, "No, you're with me." I replied that this wouldn't sit well with me, as my contract states I have a right to an impartial overseer. And as I said this, I took the contract page out of my folder. Debbie read it. I wouldn't let her take the paper when there was a shredder so close by, and she said she could be impartial. I replied that I really didn't mean to be a pain, but I had it on good authority that the person on the other end of this complaint is her friend, and my contract does say I'm allowed an impartial overseer. Debbie stomped off to get the supervisor. The supervisor asks how I know she can't be impartial, and I tell him that I have it on good authority that Jill, who was on the other end of this complaint, is a close friend of Debbie. He asked Debbie if this was true, to which she only replied, "I can be impartial." Supervisor took a deep breath, asked the other HR rep to come with him, and the 4 of us all went to review the complaint. I thanked them for being so accommodating. I was worried I'd annoyed them. Debbie took out the complaint, and all 3 of them went through it with me. Debbie looked homicidal the whole time the interview was happening, as she had clearly anticipated firing me, or at least recommended me for being fired. The interview went something like this. It took like over half an hour, and they kept asking me the same questions but phrased different ways, so this is a really drastically condensed version. You said outside that you think Jill reported you. Why is this? Jill has had an issue with me for about 3 months now. Why didn't you come to us when you realized Jill had an issue? I had no issue with her. What issue does Jill have with you? Then OP describes everything that happens with the breast implants. Why do you feel this is true? Here's 16 signed statements, all from different coworkers, all testifying that Jill told the entire office I'd had breast implants on the day she found out, and has since made comments about these implants frequently. They have quotes about what Jill said to them about it and rough dates and times. Rough dates and times? No one knew this would be escalated to such an extent, so no one really took notes as to when it happened. What event or events do you think directly led to this complaint of harassment? For me, harassment began when Jill told everyone about my breast implants without my consent, but as to the complaint against me, it would probably be what happened to me at lunchtime yesterday in the lunchroom. Jill made a comment about me being shallow while gesturing to my breasts, and I replied by giving her an abridged version of my relevant medical history and ending with a comment about the importance of getting the full story. There are cameras in the lunchroom, so I'm sure you'll be able to find the conversation. I'll admit I could have handled the situation better, but after 3 months, I felt I had to put my foot down. Here's a list of names of people who were also present. There were 6 people at the table, including myself and Jill. One of these people is also in those letters and has written their account on the conversation and signed it. Had you had a conversation with Jill prior to this regarding her comments about you? Several, spaced out over the last 3 months. Each time I communicated to her that I felt uncomfortable and upset with these comments she was making and would appreciate it if she were to stop. To your knowledge, was Jill made aware of your former cancer at any point in this time? No, it wasn't mentioned in the conversation with my friend she overheard, and I didn't tell her because, frankly, it's none of her business. And I didn't feel the need to detail my medical history to a coworker in order to avoid further sexual harassment. The supervisor stands up and says, "Well, I think we're done here." He shakes my hand and sends me back to my desk, saying I'd hear from them after they'd reviewed the evidence. Letters, CCTV, medical history, and anything they had already, and made a decision on the case. I got back to my desk, pulled up my resume, and prepared to start the job search again. About an hour goes by. Then, the person who wrote the letter and was there for the lunchroom conversation gets called for a meeting with HR. They come back about 10 minutes later. The other people who were also there for the lunchroom conversation get called one by one, except Jill. All of them are gone for about 10 minutes, then come back, find a coworker, and say that HR wants to see them. Then, the people who wrote letters but weren't there yesterday are also called one by one and are each gone for about 10 minutes each. Some longer, some shorter. By about 3:30, it looks like everyone who wrote a letter or was there in the lunchroom had been interviewed. Then, finally, Jill gets called in. She's gone for about 30 minutes and comes back fuming. She glares at me while I work, but I ignore her. At around 4:30, Jill gets called into HR again. 5 p.m. rolls around. Everyone is either leaving or getting ready to leave. When Jill storms back into the office, she glares at me the whole time she packs up her desk. She then starts telling anyone who will listen that I got her fired before shoving her way onto the lift. An email comes in from HR. My case is closed. So, OP, it sounds like Jill fell for your booby trap? That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this video, be sure to hit the subscribe button for more daily Reddit content. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where a patient worker gets revenge on her boss. For those of you who don't know about my old job from my I don't work here story, I got a job back when I was about 19 or 20 years old. close to 7 years or so ago, at my town's public hospital in their food service department. I stayed with the place for 3 years, but it has gone down as one of the worst jobs I've ever had for many reasons. Negative nursing staff, insane hours, overworking me and coworkers, and just overall a very toxic work environment. I went in as a socially awkward girl with no spine for conflict or standing up for myself and came out a much stronger person because of this place. But there is a particular series of events that led to that. Let me set it up for you. My official title was food service aide, or aide for short. My job I was hired for was to collect dirty trays and dishes from carts on their respective floors, wash all of the dishes that came into my dish room, and put them in the dish machine to be sanitized, before I let the dishes dry and store them where they needed to go. Then, at the end of the night, I would break down the machine and clean the filters or leftover food and drain the water tanks of dirty soap water before going home. Over time, I became well acquainted with the dish machines we had. First one was over 20 years old and finally died on us. RIP Big Bertha. And I could troubleshoot a problem with it since I like machines enough to learn as much as I can about them. My boss took notice of this and how hard I worked in the dish room every day. So he began to have me learn about the other parts of the department so I could fill in whenever someone called in. Cooking on the grill and serving food in the cafeteria, cashiering, helping to prepare food trays for patients, learning about different diets and their orders from the doctors, restocking floors for patient snacks and drinks, and finally, deliver food to patient rooms. If that seems like a lot for one person, it was. Due to staff cutbacks, we were short a lot of manpower, so a couple of us had to learn as much as possible to keep us afloat. Now, on to the story. I had already been working in this small hospital for just over a year at the time, and I was determined to stay at least a few years to help make my work history look pretty good in the stance of longevity. That and pure stubbornness, I guess. In that time, my boss hired a new supervisor for our department, who will now be called Chad. At first, Chad seemed like a pretty nice guy, and me, being the awkward dork I am, tried to help him fit in with the others at work. I told jokes to him, got him to open up a bit to the others, and soon he was able to have conversation rather easily. All was good. Then he passed his 3-month probation period and was no longer being constantly watched by boss. Chad turned into an insufferable butthole. He began to bark orders as if he owned the kitchen, demanding to know why certain things weren't done his way, and overall was slowing down production tremendously for everyone. Not to mention, he himself was a lazy grunt. When there would normally be 2 people washing dishes, if one of them called in, it would mean whoever was there had to pick up the slack and do it all by themselves. Chad wouldn't lift a finger to help unless he knew boss was going to be in the kitchen and not in his office by HR. And even then, Chad didn't know what he was doing. And to top it all off, he made it a point to take jabs at me in front of others, trying to make me look stupid because I was the youngest member of the department. I felt like I had gone back to high school, being the quiet nerdy girl who was picked on for liking things out of the norm, and being laughed at for being weird. I like to draw, love anime, and play video games. So when the topic of, what are you going to do on your days off came up, I usually said something like, I'm going to relax at home and play insert game after doing some chores. Then Chad would make a remark like, wow, you play video games? You must not have a life. Butthole. It got to the point where I was so fed up with Chad's BS that I began to grow a bit of a backbone. I was fed up with constantly having anxiety working with him and hiding in the bathroom sobbing during my shift when he was making my life torture. I began to make cracks back at him and get into yelling matches with him in the kitchen. No sound escaped the doors once they were closed, so no one outside the department heard us. He couldn't fire me, only tell my boss and sign a write-up, which he never did because he saw it as a way of losing to me in our arguments. Anytime he made jokes at me, I threw them right back. And when I knew he was doing something wrong, I would fight back and tell him how it was supposed to be done. This went on for a few months, and then the final straw. As a dishwasher, you're supposed to take temperatures in the dish machine to ensure it's working properly. It's supposed to reach a certain temperature when washing dishes to ensure everything is being sanitized properly. If not, there could be an outbreak in the hospital from germs or mold. All the temperatures and times were recorded on a sheet and placed in a folder in the dietitian's office by the dish room. I was making my usual rounds of taking temps when I noticed the machine was reading about 20 degrees in the rid cooler than where it was supposed to be. I shut down the machine and began to drain the water tanks. This was my way of troubleshooting if the tanks had just not been drained in a while, or if something was seriously wrong with the machine. As I was draining the water, Chad comes in and sees me doing this. He was furious and begins to rant. "What are you doing? We still have piles of dishes to wash." Temperatures were low. Gotta drain the water and see if that fixes it. I think, how the heck is that going to fix it? You're just wasting time. Me, visibly annoyed. If you'd let me finish, I'm seeing if morning shift drained the water or not. If not, then it'll only take 10 minutes to fill the tanks back up. I know the tanks were drained. I drained them myself. I get up and look him in the eye, knowing he was lying since he always asked me to take care of the machine at closing. Prove it. Show me how. He was about to yell again when my coworker Dean in the diet office peers into the dish room. Chad's face turns red and he gives me a death glare before storming off. I continue to work on the machine, and once the tank's refilled, I initialed all of my temps and times on the sheet before returning it back to the office. The day goes by, and after a torturous time on the floor serving patients, I was in the middle of my cleaning duties with the cook and Dean. I get called by Chad, saying that boss wanted to talk to us. So after making sure the dish machine was cleaned, I walked with him to the boss's office. There, boss begins to tell me that Chad had given him evidence that I was slacking on my duties, and that I wasn't taking temperatures like I was supposed to for the dish machine. He said that thankfully Chad took the temperatures, but if I wanted to keep from getting into trouble and to keep the department from getting into legal trouble, I needed to step up and be a team player. He said that I was getting a verbal warning, but if I did this again, I would receive a write-up or possible suspension. My jaw hits the floor, and even though Chad is smiling smugly in the corner, I chose not to argue with my boss and head back to the department, defeated and fighting back tears. I was sure that I took the temps, and when I checked the book, I was shocked to see what I found. My temps were still there, and times I took them, but the bastard actually photocopied the page, whited out my initials, and replaced them with his initials. He then traced over the pre-existing handwriting to make it look legit, with his initials. He made it look like I hadn't taken temps all day during my shift. I racked my brain wondering how the heck he could have gotten away with it with no one noticing him, and then it hit me. He must have done it in the diet office when no one was around due to dinner trays being made under the dietitian's supervision. I was pissed. And I began to bide my time for an opportunity for revenge. It came about a month later. Now, since we're a hospital in a small town, it was normal for us to get catering orders from the members of HR and upper management when they had a meeting upstairs. Those orders were easy because usually they wanted chips, pre-made sandwiches, and soda for about 10 to 15 people. However, we occasionally got huge catering orders for district meetings, and that was when we would bust out the catering dishes. Large white immaculate plates, silverware, glass cups, punch bowl, food serving plates, desserts, tea, and cloth napkins were usually used for these events, and even though it was a lot more dishes for the understaffed aides, it was pretty simple. This particular order was for the CEO, his workers, HR, doctors, head nurses, and the higher-ups who own the hospital's contract. The estimated amount to be served was about 150 people, since many members of the board were going to show up as well. Usually, we got the huge orders a week in advance, so the supervisor can arrange a schedule to have more bodies on deck to help. Chad, of course, schedules only me to be the afternoon dishwasher, meaning I had to clean dishes for the entire hospital and the catering order. This was my chance for revenge. As always, Chad didn't lift a finger to help me in the dish room, and the entire room was completely full of dirty dish cards from the floors. The hospital had about 95 patients that were eating, and morning shift had been running behind. So I had both breakfast and lunch dishes to clean. It wouldn't have been so bad if we didn't have to take apart the trays one by one to make sure no needles or blood were on the trays, and clean each piece. I was stressed beyond belief because I knew that the 150 people catering order would be due anytime now. But I kept myself calm and tried to keep doing my job. A few hours go by and Chad calls out to me to shut off the dish machine. It was very loud and tells me to go and pick up the catering order. Instead of arguing with him, I decided to do it and asked if he was going to help me. He gives me a smug grin and tells me, "I have better things to do. You can do it alone." Perfect. So, despite me being exhausted, sweaty, and have a wet uniform from my dishwasher apron with holes in it, I made my way to the management floor. I scope out the damage and realize I'm going to have to make 2 or more trips across the hospital to clean this up. I begin to pick up the dishes in the meeting room, take off the tablecloths, and stack them on one of the 2 long carts. While I'm about to clean up the food serving table, I look over to see the door that led into the HR office was open slightly, and a few women were laughing and commenting on how good the pork roast was at the meeting. I knew they were within earshot of me. It was showtime. In this moment, I was thankful for being clumsy and having sprained my ankles so much growing up, because it was easy to do this. While I was cleaning up, I deliberately tripped on a chair that was left slightly out and went crashing onto the floor. I sprained my ankle doing this, which was what I was planning, and the glassware I was carrying fell and crashed to the floor. The 2 women in HR heard this and rushed over to see me laying on the floor with shattered glass all around me and a few minor cuts on my arms. And they rush over to help me up. We'll call them Jane and Jill. Jill says, "Are you okay?" "I'm alright," I say, on the brink of tears. Jane says, "Are you sure? Here, let's get you into a chair." "Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't tell my boss." They help me up into a chair, and when they check me over to see I'm in tears, they begin to ask me questions. "Where's your help?" "It's just me right now. I'm supposed to pick this up and take it to wash them." "Seriously? All by yourself? Why didn't you get someone to help you?" "We're short a dishwasher today. I'm trying as best I can, but I keep falling more and more behind." At this point, I begin to cry uncontrollably. All the stress and emotions I had bottled up from the past few months from working with Chad in the department had finally built up so much that I let loose my repressed emotions on these 2 ladies. I told them about the understaffing, the insane amount of overtime I and my coworkers were getting, how I was the only one doing dishes that day, how my supervisor refused to help me, and how much stress I had been in. I wasn't faking any of it. I was just waiting for the right moment to finally break down and tell the right people about all the negative feelings I had. Needless to say, the 2 were shocked at my breakdown. Once I calmed down, they told me they wanted to see just how bad things had gotten in the dish room. If it was as bad as I said it was, they would make a case with my boss. So, with their help, they helped me get back to the dish room with the carts of dirty dishes, and I held onto the cart while limping down the hall. Once we got to the staff door for my department's dish room, I told them to wait outside while I pushed the carts in. Confused, they comply and hug the wall, waiting to see what would happen next. I slipped into the dish room with the carts like nothing happened, and Chad comes in and glares at me. At this point, the room was completely full of dishes, carts, and now 2 catering carts that took up a large amount of space. You could barely walk through the place. We then began our normal yelling match, all while the door was left slightly open behind me. "About time you came back! What took you so long?" "I was picking up an order by myself. What did you expect, Chad?" "I was expecting you to do your job. Clearly you can't. Look at all these trays." "I just picked up and began to work on lunch when you told me to get the catering. Did you do any of these while I was gone?" I gestured to the room. "No, I had my own work to do. You're just too slow." "How the heck am I supposed to wash dishes when I'm picking up the catering order?" "Not my problem. Do your job or you'll get a write-up." With that, he leaves and I go back out to meet with Jane and Jill. Their faces are filled with anger and disgust from what they just listened to, and they reassure me that this was going to stop now. We walk together back to the management floor, and as I limp into boss's office behind them, the 2 ladies began to go off on him about Chad and what he'd been doing. Confused, boss had no idea what they were talking about and looked to me for an explanation. However, Jill and Jane told him to follow us, and we walked back to the department. At this point, my ankle was throbbing with intense pain since I sprained it pretty good. When we got back to the dish room and opened the door, my boss was appalled at the amount of work that was left for me. And when he heard that there was no second or even third backup dishwasher scheduled, he almost lost it. He called for Chad, and the four of us waited in the dietitian's office. While we waited, I told him I didn't want him to lose his job over this, but I wanted him to know how I felt being left with so much work. I really felt this way, but a huge part of me just wanted to see him suffer. When Chad walked in to see me and 3 powerful people with me, his face turns pale. But his normal smug face is replaced with one of fake concern and confusion. Though his act fails as boss began to demand why he didn't schedule someone to help me. He told boss he had been helping me as much as he could today, but Jane and Jill stop him and repeat what he told me before. Boss is disgusted, and he looks to Chad after discussing the situation more. The boss says, "This is what's going to happen. OP hurt herself cleaning up the catering, so she's going home for the day and will be off for 2 days. She can't go home. We're short-staffed. That was your fault, not hers. She's not going to suffer because you screwed up. But... Also, I don't care how much overtime this accrues, you're staying after." "What for?" "Tonight, you're going to be the dishwasher, all by yourself. You're going to wash every single one of those dishes and the catering order. And since it's almost time for dinner to be served to patients, I guess you'll be doing those too. If you leave anything for morning crew to clean up, and if the department isn't clean like it's supposed to, consider yourself fired." Once he said that, I was sent home for the day, and the 3 continued to tear Chad a new one as I limped out of the door. When I got back to my car, I was smiling so much that my cheeks were hurting all the way back to my house. Epilogue. After I got back from my 2-day break, I noticed that there were empty slots open. Smiling so much that my cheeks got back from my 2-day break all the way back to my house. Epilogue. After I got back from my 2-day break, I noticed that there were empty slots open on the schedule that said new hire, but no hours. It seemed that after the talk, HR decided to grant us new hire slots to help with the understaffing, but the slots were still empty. I also found out something that was just icing on my beautiful revenge cake. I found out from Dean that Chad had to stay until about midnight cleaning the entire load of dishes that he had let pile up on me. And the next day, he even helped the one person he scheduled for morning dishes to clean up breakfast, since he scheduled himself to work the morning shift. But the cherry on top was that when there was large enough catering orders, Chad had to set up and then clean up the orders from then on, since he was convinced it could all be done by one person. So when he was cleaning a large catering order by himself in the dish room, and I walked by about to get ready to serve dinner to the patient's room, he stops me. He then asks if I minded staying back and to help him, since there was so much of the catering order left to clean up. I smile and said simply, "Not my problem. Do your job." Boom. OP, you're not the only person whose cheeks hurt from smiling too much. That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this video, don't forget to hit that like button because it really helps my channel grow. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where a greedy family member screws himself out of $100,000. I spent 2 years working for a particular boss who I'll call Dan. Dan was, and almost certainly still is, the most unacceptable human being I have ever had the displeasure of encountering. He was a compulsive liar, a narcissist, short-tempered, unethical, unreasonable, unintelligent, and abusive. I once witnessed him spend half an hour shouting at a salesman for wearing shoes that Dan didn't approve of. Not inappropriate shoes, mind you, but just ones that Dan didn't like. The salesman in question could have gone home and changed his shoes in the time that Dan spent cursing him out and belittling him. He also sold a client secondhand computers, claiming they were new and priced as new ones. The man not only assaulted me, but verbally and emotionally abused me for the better part of 2 years, and did everything in his power to keep me under his thumb. He constantly micromanaged me to the point of just dictating to me what I should write in an email to a client. If it wasn't done exactly his way, it wasn't correct. I had to argue with him just to get a freaking sick day, even though I'm legally entitled to it. I was woefully underpaid and on call 24/7. This made it difficult for me to find other employment and is one of the reasons I stayed as long as I did. He made my life absolutely miserable, and I developed a bit of a drinking problem as a result. I recently watched a presentation on domestic violence, and his behavior is a textbook case of what DV abusers do. I could go on and on about the things that this man did to be the biggest butthole he could be, but this is pro revenge, not bad bosses, so I'll get to the story. One day, Dan and I had a disagreement about something. I was right, and I had the emails to prove it, and I was frankly fed up with his BS. I told him I wouldn't be going to work because I was taking a sick day. He proceeded to shove me down to the ground. He's a big guy, probably one of the reasons he's gotten away with being the human garbage he is for so long, and starts trying to strangle me. I was able to fend him off and escape, and after I did, I filed a police report. There were no witnesses, so that was going to go nowhere. He actually had one of his other subordinates make a claim that the alleged assault didn't happen. Said subordinate wasn't there at the time, so false report. I naturally told everyone I knew, and all his clients that contacted me afterwards. I was their primary IT support, so quite a few of them had my personal number. That I'd filed a police report against him for assault. I specifically said it that way because, unlike simply claiming that he assaulted me, telling people I filed a report was unarguably true and not slanderous. A lot of his clients were already not happy with the services he provided, internet and PBX, so that certainly turned a lot of them off of renewing their contracts. A very close family friend of mine, Carol, was naturally one of the first to hear about the assault. I left the country about a month later in search of better opportunities, but my friend remained, and became the chairman of the board of trustees for the body corporate of the neighborhood where Dan lived. A body corporate is basically like an HOA, but with different laws governing them. She set her sights on making his life torture. Dan had a broken down car that had been broken down for over a year at that point. He never had the money to fix it because he's a sucky businessman who never seemed to realize that his business model had really tiny profit margins. And the rules of the neighborhood were changed to force broken down cars to be towed away. If the owner didn't tow it, the body corporate would, and charge the owner, and fine them. So Dan was fined a few times. Not small amounts either. And when he was fined, he did what he always does when things don't go his way. Throw an effing tantrum while having no legs to stand on. The tantrum in this case was several expletive-filled emails to the body corporate, which is just a great way to endear yourself to someone who already hates you, which got him fined again for breaking the conduct code. This, combined with the loss of revenue for his business, has led to him not having any substantial income for over half a year now. He has no car, nor the money to buy one. Several of his big clients are definitely not going to renew contracts with him, and he appears to no longer have any staff in his employ. Nobody's been coming to his house in months now, and the body corporate is pressuring his landlord to evict him. He's well and truly ducked. I'm living happily in another country now and got an awesome job that pays 20 times what working for him did. Yes, really, 20 times more money. That's how little I made under him. I think this is the first and only story I've read about an HOA actually doing something good. In any event, congrats OP, and I'm glad you're in a much better situation. That sounds awful. Our next Reddit post is from False Rip. I worked at a fairly well-known restaurant in a small northern New England city as an assistant manager. The owners were very successful restaurateurs with several successful non-chain establishments and spent maybe a day or two a month in our location. The rest of the time there was a general manager in charge. We'll call her Jan. Jan was about as type A as they come. She was a middle-aged woman, but beautiful and petite, and she always looked put together and primped. Jan had started with the owners a decade earlier in their first restaurant as a server and had worked her way up to general manager over the years. At first, I just thought she had extremely high standards, which I respected. I have high standards as well and take pride in my work. I'd been impressed by how the kitchens were spotless, the staff was immaculate. Like, run a white-gloved hand under the back of the oven and it comes back white kind of clean. And the food was always top quality. I'd frequently been a customer and was thrilled that I got the job there. I'd been in the business for a decade and that restaurant was the place in our area. I was so excited. Unfortunately, I quickly learned why everything is so shining and perfect. Jan was a tyrant. She was the kind of boss who soured the mood of the entire staff, like a storm cloud hovering over us that never went away. Nothing was ever good enough, and the standards changed from day to day. On a good day, she would shut herself up in the office and then leave early. Good days were very rare and could turn into bad days at the drop of a dime. On bad days, you couldn't be perfect enough and she would come up with new rules and regulations just to punish people. If a host called out sick, they were literal children. She would berate them on the phone and make them cry. If a cook made a mistake on a plate, she would humiliate them in front of the staff, accuse them of doing it on purpose, and then give us all the silent treatment for hours after. Seriously. If someone's cash out was off, even by a few cents, she would accuse them of theft and force me to cut down their hours. As a fellow manager, I was mostly spared her awful behavior, though I had to hear about her treatment from my staff almost every day. All of this was just run-of-the-mill bad boss stuff until it came time for our yearly staff evaluation meetings. This is where Raul enters the story. Raul was a hardworking dishwasher who had moved to our state from Puerto Rico a few years earlier and spoke English with some difficulty. Whenever I had to go over anything official with him, we would have a coworker translate between us to make sure we were both communicating clearly. Jan refused this courtesy to Raul. This made his evaluation pretty difficult. Raul managed to communicate to us that due to recent cuts in his hours, he would be forced to get a second job to pay the bills. Something about this absolutely set Jan off. She told him she would fire him if he dared. I could see plainly on the intake paperwork in front of me that Raul had been hired with the understanding that it would be a full-time position, so I pointed that out. Jan was furious, but agreed through gritted teeth that if Raul agreed not to get a second job, she would bump his hours up to at least 35 hours a week. It was stated as clear as day, and I documented it in my daily manager logbook. Work went on as usual after that, and I didn't think much of this meeting again for a few months. Another time a while later, while filling out information for tax returns, Jan called me into the office. I could tell she had pulled the tiny room apart looking for something. "All the information about our Puerto Rican employees is gone," she told me with a mixture of panic and suspicion. I looked at the files in question and they all seemed to be in order, so I was confused and told her I couldn't help. A few minutes later, I walked back in the office to find her arguing with Rosa, our most talented chef and a Puerto Rican native. Rosa was perfectly fluent in English. "No, Rosa." Jan was speaking to Rosa as though she were hard of hearing or mentally slow. "Where is your green card?" "What are you talking about?" Rosa was confused. "Are you an illegal or something? Is that why one of you broke in here? To hide the proof?" Jan wasn't yelling, but her eyes were cold and flashing with rage. "What?" Rosa was starting to get angry now. It suddenly clicked for me, so I interrupted. "Jan, you do realize that Puerto Rico is a United States territory, right?" "Of course I know that," Jan snapped back. "Okay, so you know that Rosa has a social security number like any other American native." "Oh, right. Never mind, Rosa, you can go back to work." Jan didn't apologize for accusing Rosa of theft. I was so done with this place after that. Jan did all kinds of little things like that, and she never apologized. I had already gotten a job offer for a place closer to my house when the final straw came. I was the closing manager one day and got in just before the dinner rush to see Raul storming out the back door. He didn't speak much English, but his cursing was very clear. Jan had lied about raising his hours to 35 per week, so Raul had gotten the second job he talked about. When Jan found out, she fired him, but not before saying something about how all you illegals are the same. She was really fixated on these American citizens being illegal aliens for some reason. By this point, I effing hated this woman too. She once told me my clothing made me look poor in front of the whole staff. I was wearing what she made me wear. Meanwhile, she wore open-toed shoes behind the line, which is against health codes. And once, her fake nail fell into the coleslaw, and she wouldn't let anyone toss it out after she retrieved it. This is just the tip of the iceberg, but I have a life to live. Since I knew I would be leaving soon anyway, I told Raul he should go after our boss for wrongful termination since I had documented proof, with Jan's signature, that he had been promised more hours and that Jan had broken the agreement, not Raul. The last time I saw Jan was on my way out of Raul's lawyer's office after giving a deposition about several labor laws she'd violated. At least, the ones I knew about. Apparently, there were many others she had broken in front of other employees. She couldn't even look me in the eye. The best part? In my deposition, I learned that Jan was actually the one who was illegally in the country. Her green card had recently expired. She was Canadian. She ended up being sent back to Canada as a result of this case, and no one has heard from her since. Raul was granted 6 months of unemployment pay, plus the restaurant had to pay his legal fees. They closed that location not long after. Maybe they should hire their managers more carefully next time. Jan, if you're reading this, I hope you got your stuff together. I also hope you learned to wear closed-toe shoes behind the line. You wouldn't want to end up in a huge, gigantic screw-up due to your own negligence now, would you? Man, the irony. An illegal citizen accusing an actual citizen of being illegal. What a moron. Canada, you can have her. Our next Reddit post is from Jerktits. Shortly after my father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, my formerly estranged half-brother quit his job and moved in to take care of my dad. Though there really wasn't enough money, it was agreed to pay him around $300 a week to make up for him missing income. During this time, my half-brother abruptly acquired durable power of attorney and usurped medical and financial decisions. My mother and father had separate financial lives. Several documents relating to my dad's pension, which were now my half-brother's responsibility, were not turned in on time, resulting in my dad missing out on a one-time payout of $8,000 and lowering his pension payout by $300 a month. My half-brother then cleaned out my dad's remaining savings, about $3,000, not discovered until about a month later. 6 days later, our father hanged himself in the basement. My dad left all of his insurance money and belongings to my mother. Us children were left with only sentimental items. My half-brother was visibly upset and shaking when the will was read. He acknowledged that my mother was receiving everything and left. About a month later, we discovered the missing money. Though he broke no laws because he had power of attorney, we insisted he pay it back, even offered to let him make payments over a 2-year period. He refused, and we've been no contact for 2 years now. Little did he know that he was in my mom's, his stepmother's, will. He would receive half of what is currently a $250,000 estate. I suggested to my mother that she remove him from the will. She did, and I am now the sole beneficiary. He stole $3,000 now, only to lose out on $125,000 later. The best thing about this is not only did this douchebag get screwed over $125K, but OP just doubled his inheritance. Win-win. That was r/pro-revenge, and if you liked my videos, then please... Welcome to r/pro-revenge, where an entitled brat gets stranded hundreds of miles from home. Some years ago, I got a gig working a weekend music festival. Fairly simple too. 10 bands per day and all pretty standard rock and roll fare. Boss man puts 4 of us out on the gig. Me, Dreadful Boris, Big Chris, and Hammer. He also said we'd be taking out an apprentice, a young lad who was the son of a local promoter. Well, always nice to have an extra pair of hands, and it's good to help train the next generation. After all, that's how we learned in the past. As it turned out, this lad was about as much use as an aqualung to a trout, and had an entitled attitude the size of a mid-ranged African country. On the journey down in the truck, he was boasting as to how he was a really good sound engineer already, and that he could probably show us a few tricks. Oh, really? We get to the venue and get busy unloading the truck. We've got a 16-tonner stuffed to the gills with 2 sound desks and about 16 kilowatts of sound gear for front of house and about 6 kilowatts of monitors. As you might imagine, this is pretty heavy stuff and it takes all of us to safely unload it and get it stacked up in place. Except that after unloading the first amp rack, all on wheels but still around 80 kilos, the entitled brat snottily announces that "I'm a sound engineer, not a humper," and promptly strolls off. Okay? Well, we don't really need him gumming up the works. We're all well used to slinging boxes around, so about an hour later, we've got the rig stacked and strapped down, run out the multi-core to the FOH desk, and are ready to start cabling up and tying power onto the on-site generator. Out of nowhere, the spotty oik emerges from whatever hole he'd buried himself in and asks what he can do. I say, "I'm going to plug up front of house. Perhaps you could help hammer cable up the speakers." "I don't take orders from girlies." Quick side note here, Hammer was 5'9", drop-dead gorgeous, and as hard as nails, hence her nickname. She was also a fine front-of-house engineer and a bloody good mate. Boris, Chris, and I collectively groaned inwardly and winced in anticipation of a full 16-foot broadside from Hammer. Seriously, folks, you do not mess with her unless you want the family jewels dangling from the nearest tree. Instead, she smiles sweetly, never a good sign, and says, "Well, I'm sure you'll learn something useful." I then go off to play with the front of house cables while Boris and Chris busy themselves with the monitors. A while later, I'm back on stage. Spotty Oik has wandered off again. Hammer has this resigned look on her face. "What happened?" I ask. Turns out that despite cables and connector ports being well labeled, the Oik had managed to make a complete pig's ear of plugging up the amp racks. Trust me, it's very hard to make this kind of mistake. I found the Oik some moments later and told him that this was not a proper way of doing things, and that if he wasn't sure what to do, that he should always ask one of us beforehand. What then came out of his mouth absolutely floored me. "I don't need to know all that stuff. I'm a sound engineer." Hammer, who was standing a few feet away, snorted derisively and rolled her eyes heavenward. It took me a few seconds to process this particular nugget of stupid. Well, you have to know how all this works. It's part and parcel of the job, and as you're here to learn, I suggest you pay attention. "Well, you're just a bunch of roadies. What do you know?" Upon delivering this charming bon mot, he ambles off again, leaving me to retrieve my jaw from the deck and Hammer barely able to restrain a fit of laughter that would have incapacitated a rhino. At a guess, this idiot thought he was going to be white gloving front of house for the whole gig. An hour or so later, we're all set up, and we now have a fair idea of the acts that are going to be performing. In situations like this, you rarely get the opportunity of a full-blown sound check, so you have to rely on experience to set the desk up from cold. Luckily, we got the first act on stage a half hour before the kickoff, so I could quickly get a rough sense of the overall setup. A bit of exposition. It's convenient to reuse channels across acts, so I generally keep the first 20 or so channels for drums, bass, and guitars, and the last half dozen or so channels for vocals. If a band comes in with anything else, percussion, brass, Tibetan nose flutes, etc., we whack them on channels in the middle. Keep things nice, simple, and consistent across the board, and becomes important in a moment. The working procedure in show is also simple. Dreadful Boris and Big Chris run the monitor desk, and Hammer and I run front of house. We'll do 2 acts each before handing over to the other. Saves wear and tear on the ears. And when we're not running the desk, we'll handle setting up the stage for each act and troubleshooting where necessary, as well as doing runs for food and coffee in between. We also tasked the Spotty Oik with helping with the stage setups, which rapidly proved problematic. We finished the first act and aimed to do the turnover within 15 minutes. Generally, the incoming act will tell us their mic requirements and we'll write up a mic plot which then gets sent up to the front of house desk. Up comes Spotty Oik with the mic plot and he goes back to help with the stage setup. As I'm checking each mic, I notice that I can't hear the vocal channels. No sooner had I spotted this than Dreadful Boris comes on the intercom and asks me if I can hear the vocal channels. I can't hear them either. He then goes off to check the stage box where all the mics are plugged into. From all the way out front, I hear him shout, "F me." Seconds later, he's back on the cans. Do you know what that effing idiot has done? Only repatched all the vocal channels so that all the plugs on the stage box are lined up neatly one after the other. His words. Ye gods. Boris rapidly repatches the mics and we're good to go again. A few hours later and I'm starting my second shift out front. I won't bore you with my experience of dealing with this moron on the stage shift, which, shall we say, was interesting. Currently on stage is a rather nice jazz septet. Up strolls he who shall not be mentioned and asks, "When can I have a go at mixing? I'm really good, you know." Seeing as he's here to learn, I tell him he can take the next act under my supervision. This happened to be an acoustic duo, 2 guitars and 2 vocals. Even the most beginner engineer should be able to handle something so simple, right? Wrong. I've already set what I regarded as a sensible baseline on the faders for him to work with. First thing he does, he reaches for the master faders and cranks in another 15 decibels. No! Immediately, the rig teeters on the edge of feedback and I rapidly pull the mains back. Look and listen. Balance out the 2 vocals, then the guitars. Leave the mains alone. He then starts making wildly inappropriate changes to the channel's EQ. Again, the rig starts to squeak. Okay, enough. I shove him out of the way and bring it back under control. I won't fatigue you further with the endless catalog of foul-ups and attitude that he managed to affect over the rest of the weekend. Suffice it to say that despite the best efforts of myself and Hammer to try and teach this guy, they all went to naught. Couple this with the constant drip, drip, drip of snide commentary about he was a better engineer than the rest of us, and by the end of the weekend, we're all pretty pissed off. Come the end of the event, and it's now the fun part of striking the rig and loading out. I'm being sarcastic about the fun part, by the way. 2 solid days and we're all knackered, and the last thing we want to be doing is the get out, but of course it has to be done. It's always an all hands on deck situation, except the spotty oik has once again vanished into the woodwork. 2 backbreaking hours later and we're all done and the truck's loaded to go home. So where's the spotty oik? Nowhere. We give it a good 15 minutes, but no joy. We then decide to go look for him, so we spent another 20 minutes trolling around the site trying to find him. Again, he's done a disappearing act. We get back to the truck. It's now close to 3 a.m. and almost simultaneously we say, F him. We climb back aboard and drive the 250 miles back to the warehouse to unload. Next afternoon, boss man calls me to find out why we left the spotty oik behind. I gave him the cliff notes and then I was told that the oik had to call his dad at 3 in the morning to come and get him. A 500-mile round trip. He then said, I never liked that promoter anyway. He was always late paying the bill on previous gigs. Next time he calls winning a rig and crew, I think I'll tell him to F off. Our next Reddit post is from Hurya889. I work a heavy labor job with a 95% male population. My workplace has a zero-tolerance sexual harassment policy, but when push comes to shove, apparently that's not true. The men at my work are ruthless. I've heard so many sexual comments from people I've never spoken to before, I've lost count. Imagine the most vulgar statement you can think of. I've heard worse, but I let it slide, it doesn't bother me. However, I've been stalked by this guy, James. He parked beside my car every day so he could walk into work with me and leave work with me. He would follow me after work to figure out what my routine was. Whatever, I ignored it. Probably should have kept it documented though. I'm a very outgoing person at work and know just about everyone. A few of my friends said James was telling them I sent him naked photos. His friend Muhammad chimed in that he'd seen them and that it's 100% true. Well, that was the last straw, and I reported him to Human Resources. Nothing came of it other than a slap on the wrist. The manager told me to wear baggier clothing and have thicker skin. However, a lot of the other females at work told me they're having the same problem with these 2 men and work is doing nothing about it. Well, now James and Muhammad have a god complex and have been showing naked photos to anyone they can saying it's me, which I've explained to many people who have come up to me that it's not me because I'm covered in tattoos. So unless that girl has all the same tattoos, it's not me. I also don't take naked photos. They go out of their way to bully me for snitching on them like little kids. Well, after a few months of this, and knowing other girls are in the same boat, I had enough. I could report them again, but I doubt anything will come of it. So I had an idea. A few nights ago, I was driving home and they sped past me at the speed of light, honking their horns, high-beaming me, etc. So I went home and gave an anonymous tip to the police because this happens 5 days a week. The police caught them the next day. Fined for stunt driving, license suspended, cars impounded for 7 days, and need to go to court. Work is a long commute from our town. They have no way of getting to work, and after 7 call-ins, you're fired. Now, they can reflect at home with no job, no license, and increased insurance about how karma's a bitch. Our next Reddit post is from Peculiar Liar. This happened a good long while ago. I was in high school and got a job at one of the big box stores in the computer department. This store chain had an in-house technician department, which was always where I wanted to go. After busting my butt in sales for 2 years, putting up with rude customers, silly rules, and all the other glorious trappings of retail work, I finally got a chance to be promoted to the technician department. It wasn't as glamorous as I thought it would be. I quickly found out that most of the repairs consisted of running the pre-packaged antivirus suite, updating Windows, and doing data backups prior to wiping computers clean and reinstalling them. I always liked tinkering with hardware more, but since 80% of customers had laptops and those repairs were deemed too complicated by corporate, we would just send the laptops out to get repaired by the third-party vendor. It was still better than sales by a long shot. And we had a great team working in the technician area, except for one dude. Let's call him Mike. He always behaved like his poo smelled like roses. He was technically a lead technician, and even though that just meant he had a little more authority, he had access to a corporate account to arrange shipments of computers to and from our store. He was acting like he was the manager of the department. Nevertheless, our actual manager was a splendid dude that took care of us, and as such, Mike's douchery didn't bother any of us that much. Fast forward a little, and our awesome manager found a much better job. This opened up a spot for a manager, and since the whole store supervision was going through a shakeup, the general manager was fired for embezzlement and all the people he hired. 90% of managers were under review. This led to everybody trying their hardest not to F up, and the new general manager decided that since our department was one of the best in the district, he would not try to hire an outsider, but promote from within. Now, Mike was working at the store for almost 10 years at that point, and a couple of people that started working with him as sales associates were by this point managers and assistant managers. One of them, Brittany, was an assistant manager in charge of customer services and checkout. One of the conditions for Mike's official promotion to manager was to keep the #1 spot in the district performance-wise. One of the key metrics was the rejection rate from our third-party vendor. If we mistakenly sent them a software problem to fix, they would charge us extra. Mike started obsessing about the numbers, especially when it came to the rejection rate. He insisted that we would spend extra time to confirm issues, even when there were recalls from manufacturers for these items. I hated this bureaucracy since it meant that people needed to wait almost the maximum allowed time to get their computers back. So a few times, I skipped the extra diagnostics when I knew for sure the problem was hardware. One day, Mike decided to do an audit on all outgoing machines and found that I'd sent 4 units skipping his extra checks. He told me that he'd write me up for it, but when he tried, the general manager told him that he's not a manager yet. And I've shown to the general manager that I followed the corporate procedure in diagnosing these units. I thought that was the end of it, but I was sorely mistaken. Mike hated that I showed the general manager that Mike's procedure was inefficient and that he was denied power over me. About a month later, I got a call from Mike asking if I could come to the store on my day off because there was an issue with a customer. When I came in, I was greeted by Mike with a poo-eating grin, and he told me to wait in the back and not to work on any computers. After about an hour, Mike and Brittany come in and ask me to head to the front office. They started an official write-up process and claimed that I made a mistake creating a backup of customer data and placed a DVD with no data on it into the box that was returned to the customer and then wiped his PC clean. I knew that was BS since I always copied the data to an external hard drive, run antivirus to make sure that nothing bad got copied, and then burn DVDs. Yet, when I asked to check the external hard drive, Mike said that due to my negligence, I was not allowed back into the tech area. He went to check the hard drive and said there was nothing on it. At that point, I knew he was BSing. But him and Brittany were hell bent on completing the write-up. I asked for senior management to be present and was shot down again. Turns out the general manager was on vacation. They completed the write-up and told me that due to the egregious error that cost the company tens of thousands of dollars, I wasn't allowed to work in the tech room and I would be relegated back to the sales floor. I told them to shove it and submitted my resignation on the spot. I found out later that week they gave the customer the data that was on the hard drive all this time. Mike simply erased the DVDs. I grabbed a DVD RW by mistake for the backup and waited for the customer to come back and complain. I also called the corporate HR line and told them what happened. They said that since I quit with a letter of resignation, they wouldn't launch an investigation, but they received and recorded my complaint. Through luck and the fact that I was a good hardware tech, I landed a job at a shop that did hardware repairs a week later and started in another week. Turns out, this depot was a service center that covered the entire district, and they had the master contract with the big box chain where I worked. Since I worked as a tech in that store, I was more than familiar with their labeling and ticketing system. For tracking purposes, the label included the store and technician number. After a couple of weeks, I gathered some goodwill at my new job and started trading the units with my colleagues to work on as many units from my old store as possible. Over the next 3 months, I made sure that every single unit sent in by Mike would come back with an extra charge. Also, it turned out that Mike, since he was in charge of shipping, would sometimes steal other technicians' tickets to boost his personal performance numbers to secure that management promotion. Well, this bit him in the butt hard. There was one week in particular when he sent in over 15 units out of 20 to get fixed, and 15 units came back with extra software charge. I also kept detailed records that prove that Mike didn't follow his own policy of extra checks. When the performance figures came out for that quarter, the store crashed into 5th place from number 1. Mike missed out on his promotion and a big bonus that was promised to him. A good buddy of mine from the store got the manager position a few months after that, and I've explained to him how to reduce the number of software charges to almost 0. So he looked like a superstar. Mike was first relocated to lead technician, then he was either let go or he quit. I'm not sure. Last I heard, he started his own mobile technician business that folded after a year. What I didn't know is that this whole incident with Mike effing up led to the GM reviewing everything Mike did, including my write-up and dismissal. As it turns out, they didn't even register the write-up since I quit on the spot and buried it. The only way the GM was able to find it was because of the HR complaint that was filed against both Mike and Brittany. The general manager was not pleased that they went behind his back to get rid of someone and fired Brittany. He was a very decent man who called me later that day and apologized and even offered me my old job back. I thanked him, but I was making more money at the new place and didn't have to deal with customers, so I passed. That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this video, then then let me know by hitting that like button because it really helps my channel grow.